All right, guys. So, last time we played, it feels like quite the eternity, but hopefully after the holidays and everything, we'll be more regular. But last time we played, everyone kind of got to have a little bit of a introductory to their characters. So we all got to meet all the different players. We saw sort of their own unique way that they found their way to the sanctuary, which is Silex's bar slash tavern slash blacksmith slash metalworker. Lots of the man of many trades. So you guys made your way to that local armor shop that's run, of course, by Silex and his sister Morgan. That's where we also met your charming bard Orathian, the two sisters from the southern Candor forest of Rain and Sage. We met a middle-aged man named Zinro with sort of a mysterious, quiet hue around him. And then a couple of other colorful characters as well. A small council member of the Finthian Dynasty's Valar Assembly named Freyr, an Aarakocra man named Kree, and then, of course, I can't forget about the Air Genasi of Vitra, there to see her mother. While you guys were all there, kind of getting introduced to each other, you were approached by a dark-dressed drow elf named Bradbury Ratcliffe. Bradbury told you guys about this mysterious new mineral causing some sort of a political issue, potentially between Fithian and Crete. The metal is called Dragon Scale. It's supposedly harder than any metal known to man. And Bradbury expresses that he knows that Silex may be one of the only metal workers this far north that might be able to actually do anything with it. So he employed you guys to go and essentially seek out a group of bandits that were known to have quite a large sum of it and keep it safe. So you did. You went to the bandit camp where our good friend Sage was turned into a little mouse, but then her mouse got shot and battle ensued. You guys took care of the bandits pretty easily. Got the chest full of this dragon scale back to the sanctuary where Bradbury gave quite a bit of it to Silex as payment, and then of course paid the rest of you guys the full amount as promised. Bradbury tells you guys that there's a few more of his party members over to the west in Illyria, and that they're going to be traveling down to Athos Beach by boat, hopefully, because that's where they have heard that's where one of the biggest mines of Dragon Scale is. He said if you guys are welcome to come, he could use some good hands along on travel, that he'll be back at the sanctuary in 72 hours from when he left off. So, Bradbury just walked out of the sanctuary. He's left the tavern, set to come back in 3 days. What are y'all doing? And everyone clicks unmute.
Rain and I have to go home and talk to our parents, or at least I need to go talk to them. I assume, Rain, you want to come with me?
Yeah, I'm going with you.
Yeah.
Pack my bag.
I made a note about this. Let me go find my notes.
And we remember we invited Vitra to come with us.
Yes, that's right. Vitra's coming with us, I think.
Well, she hasn't made a decision yet.
Well, yeah, so I do remember that Sage turned to Vitra and was like, you should come home and meet like our parents, and you should stay with us. So Vitra wants to talk to Sage and ask, are your parents okay with my kind? My mom has gotten into a lot of trouble because of the way that I look, the way that I am. I'm not full elf.
My family has, and obviously, we're still keeping secret with Rain. So my family has a lot of experience with a lot of different kinds of people. They're more welcoming than most.
Okay.
And they love all people under the light of Luna.
Well, the second that they show me that they're not as accepting as you say, I'm out. But thank you for your hospitality. I would love to go with you guys.
Yay!
Yay!
Well, we're just going to be in the forge and working. so man in the bar, and then I'm going to be in the forge for 3 days, making a full set of armor, and then I'm going to try and make a sword and see how those go.
Okay.
Or if you want me to roll for those, let me know.
We'll get to that here in a second. I want to gotta get an idea of what everyone's doing, and then we'll start figuring out the logistics of, how long it's going to take to do certain things, and if you guys have anything that you're trying to specifically accomplish between now and the departure, let me know.
Where are we at right now?
You are standing in the sanctuary, the tavern that's owned by Silex and Morgan.
Wyatt's very excited about that. I'm gonna stay at the sanctuary.
Okay.
Hang out
The
here.
whole time?
Yeah, I have nowhere to be right now.
Okay.
I'm just chilling.
Okay. And Zinro.
I would like to do each morning when I wake up, I go to the Temple of Soul in Findolin. Not using the accent a little bit. Go to the Temple of Soul in Findolin every morning, and I leave 100 gold pieces each morning as a donation to the temple. I check with the main temple head there and ask him if there's anybody who is taken ill or needs healing while I'm there. I also, one of these days, I visit where I believed my old home was and see if it's still standing, if they actually did do what was mentioned in my story. And if not, see if Ruskus's family is still alive.
Okay.
And if they're over there, I give them a blessing of the land if they're still living there. If not, I offer that free of service to the person who lives there. And then the only major thing that I do, because I'm a pretty simple guy, I don't really have any deep needs, is I like to commission somebody to make me a mace. And the mace has 4 faces, or 4 heads on, like sides to it. And then each side is the sun, symbol of the soul sun. And then it's a small crescent moon on the inside of the sun for each side.
Gotcha. Well, at the sanctuary, the owner, and now somewhat of an acquaintance, Silex, is actually a metalworker.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, help you with that.
Okay, yeah. I was going to ask about that, actually. I thought about that, asking him.
Yeah, no worries. And as far as going to see Ruskus, so that location is probably about a half day's walk, so that would be essentially an entire day to get there and come back.
I imagine it's very much a reflective time for me, as obviously. Yeah. So I don't mind taking a whole day to do that. Go to the temple and then go visit there and see if I can find anything.
Cool. All right, so we'll let you kind of do your temple thing right now. Vitra, Sage, and Rain. Are you guys all going back? Remember, at the time, it's kind of nighttime because y'all just went out and fought those bandits. Are y'all going back tonight? Or are you going to try to go there in the morning and stay at the sanctuary? What do you plan on doing right now?
Well, our father knows that we went on an adventure. So I would imagine, just to be on the safe side, we probably want to stay until morning and then go. But what do the two of you think? Would you rather leave tonight?
Good morning. It's fine. We can stay.
I'm fine with staying until the morning. I definitely want to talk to Freyr before we go back to your parents.
Okay. So we'll leave in the morning.
Okay. And then Arathian, did you figure out what you wanted to do?
I did. I kind of wanted to use my 3 days rummaging around and just trying to confirm the information that we got from Bradbury, make sure that it's like a legitimate rumor that maybe some other people might have heard, and then try to find some things out about Bradbury, just see if he's like an upbeat kind of, not gonna stab me whenever we get on this boat sort of thing.
Okay.
So and that's just kind of information.
Yeah. What about Kree? Is Kree going to be hanging out with Silex, or is he doing his own thing?
He's going to be working.
Okay,
so
cool.
He'll be with me.
Awesome. All right, so let's go ahead and have everybody have a full night's rest. So anyone who needs to take a long rest for their player to get spells back, heal up, whatever the case is, go ahead. Cool. And if everybody is all ready to go. So you guys wake up with a little bit more coin in your purse than you currently went to bed with, as you guys were paid handsomely by Bradbury at the completion of your, small, essentially your mission. Sage and Rain and Vitra, you guys are awoken by the light of the sun and decide to head back down to the Candor Forest. Is there anything you want to do around inside the shadow skirts while you are here, or do you want to go straight there to talk with your parents?
I don't have a need for a whole lot. The things that I need are all just going to be back in my home. I do want to talk a little bit to Rain as we walk, though.
Go ahead.
So
Can I talk to Freyr at the sanctuary before we head out? Okay. So, Vitra is gonna walk up to Freyr, right? And so you look like you're part of Findelwind. You look fairly noble. Is that right?
That's correct.
So, how much pull do you have in terms of the government? How much connection do you have?
Quite a bit. What can I do for you?
So my mother was recently in prison. She has quite a hefty price in order to release her. I if there's any way that you could lower that price, or if I could visit her. Is that possible?
How much is it?
5,000 gold pieces.
It's 5,000 gold pieces.
Ooh, that's steep. When do you need to see her or have her released?
Well, so I came here to the sanctuary to visit her when we all met, and I was informed that she had been in prison. And so, I mean, I want to get her out as soon as possible. Like if I could get her out today, I would. I doubt that's the case, but I wanted to try and see if you had any idea of what could be done.
Where's the prison that she's at? Is she in Findelwind?
Mm-hmm.
The prison is in the capital.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I would know
it's in
that.
Findelwind.
Sorry.
Yeah,
No,
you would know that. You would know.
Let me see what I can do, and I'll get back to you.
That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Absolutely.
All right, now we can go.
All right, so you guys make your way back through the trail on your way through to the Candor Forest, and by the time you get back, it's about mid-morning, late morning, somewhere 10, 11 a.m. in that time frame. Sun is on its way up, but not quite at its full peak. But in the village where you're from, they are already full at work with doing their daily chores. You see different druidic rituals going on, different casting, speaking with animals, lots of work going around, being done with the aid of the forest around them.
So I'm going to quickly just turn to Rain, and I'm going to say, how are you doing after last night? A lot of things happened, and I know how I feel, and it was hard for me to take those lives away from Luna. How are you doing?
I'm feeling okay. I did not want to. We did not kill anybody, so I'm grateful we didn't take anyone's lives. But it's still sad, and knowing that those lives were taken when they could have been saved. But your life was at risk too, and you will come first before anyone else. But now we need to meditate on it and thank Mother Luna for everything, for saving you and letting us live our life.
I know that we talk about going on adventures a lot, and I know that we talk about wanting to expand our horizons past our own forest. Do you want to take this trip? Because I'll follow you wherever you want to go. And this sounds great, and this is exactly what I think we wanted, but there's a difference between the real thing and talking about it.
Right. I think I want to go. I mean, we've been in the forest our entire lives. That's all we know. It'd be nice to kind of get out and live a little and experience other things. And maybe what we learn from what we experience, we can take back to the forest.
Mhm.
What do you think? Do you want to go?
I do. And I kind of lean in and I take her hands and I say, you need to let me do the talking to Father.
Okay. You
Because
do.
he's gonna get real protective over you. You need to let me do the talking.
Okay. I'll be in the forest.
Okay.
And it's black.
Hey, Vitra. What was her name again? I would have asked you that earlier. What was her name?
Oh, Mayra.
Mayra, how do you spell that?
Meira.
Okay. Thanks.
You can spell it however you need to.
Thanks. Okay, so
right.
you guys make your way into your village. As you guys make your way into seeing everyone working, you do see your father Fenry standing at the base of your kind of tree hut at the ladders that go, or the it's like a dropping rope ladder that they drop down whenever it's time to get in and out. That they pull up at night to avoid any unwanted visitors. So he's standing there at the bottom of it. He's at the moment just whittling on a piece of wood.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna grab Vitra's hand, and obviously Rain's with me. I'm gonna say, "Come meet Father," and I'm gonna go running up with Vitra in tow.
Okay.
Go with me.
Yeah.
Gonna hesitantly go with him.
She's holding your hand. She's dragging your ass.
Wincing as I go.
Yeah, so you guys get up to Fenry, who's whittling on wood. He looks up to see not only his two daughters, but also an air genasi, which is currently blowing around some different brush around, and there's leaves that are fluttering as she walks by. He looks up at you and, oh, hello. Oh, who's your friend?
This is Vitra. Did you get my message?
I did.
We had a little adventure last night. It did not turn out to just be a trip to the pub. But we have a lot to tell you, and Vitra's just the beginning, but this is our new friend.
I see. I figured the first, person you would bring home would be a little different, but this is okay. This is fine. I'm glad that you are trying new things.
Vitra, I want you to get settled. We have food. We have all sorts of things. It's whatever you need. Father, can I talk to you? Can I talk
think
to you
that's
for
best.
a few minutes? Okay. Rain, do you want to come with?
I go find Mother and tell her about her, and then I say hi to her, and I grab my stuff and go to my spot.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So
you wanted to talk with me?
I wanted to tell you a little bit more about what happened last night and what Rain and I are hoping to do.
Go on.
We've talked to you several times about wanting to experience the light of Luna outside of the forest. And I know that we have been safe here and we've created a life here and we've done everything we could. We have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to travel with a group of people that are very capable, and we have the opportunity to start to begin to see the world and help us get connected even more so to the light of Luna and everything around us. We're hoping to leave in a few days, and we wanted to let you know and talk to you and maybe get some words of wisdom from you and your blessing.
Who are these people you travel with? Can I trust them?
One of them owns a pub in the Shadow Skirts, the one that we've been to several times. His guard is coming with us as well. I'm like trying to like amp up like the safety of it. It's totally safe. It's fine. We're traveling with several people. I am gonna intentionally leave out that there is somebody that is in the capital. I'm just like not gonna go there. But I'm just gonna briefly just describe the people in the group and emphasize Vitra, emphasize Sai and Kree.
And they just wanted you to come along? How long do you expect to be gone?
We don't know. But I think it's time that we see what's out there. I think it's time for us to find that.
Sage, I think you are more than capable of going out and exploring. I just don't think your sister's quite old enough for that.
I think that
the world is not safe for half-elves.
They don't know she's a half-elf, and I will make it safe for her. But she needs to experience this too. She needs to know what the world is like, and it's not fair that the only world that she knows is the safety of our forests and half a day's walk from here, a city that hates her. She needs to experience things that are not a world of distaste for who she is. And I think that this group is a start of that.
Roll a persuasion check with advantage.
Uh, 13?
With advantage?
Yeah.
There's something about the idea of the thought of potentially losing both of my daughters to a mysterious group that I've never met that just doesn't sit super well with me. If you can convince this group of yours to stop by the forest so I can meet them, I'd feel a little bit safer about it.
I don't know if we're going to have time. We're going and meeting at Sai's merchant ship to leave in a few days to bring everybody out to the forest and bring them all back. It doesn't seem to make sense to do that. But what if
ships around here? We're in a forest.
Yeah, that's where we're going.
Going to the ocean?
Yes, that's where we're headed.
I'm gonna need to meet this this owner of this pub that you've been going to. He thinks he's gonna take both of my daughters along with him on this escapade.
What if I do what I did last night? What if I send you a message?
Bring home a stranger?
What if I send you a message via a bird every single night to let you know how we're doing and keep you updated?
If you're going to the ocean, that bird's not going to make it to me every night.
It'll make it.
It's hundreds of miles. It's so fucking far.
I will try to talk to the bar owner and see what he says.
Send your sister in to see me.
Okay. So I walk outside totally dejected.
And your new friend.
Fuck. So I'm gonna walk out just totally dejected that did not work because I thought it was going to. And I'm gonna walk out to Rain and Vitra and just say, he wants to talk to you.
Oh, great.
Shoveling your feet as you walk.
Someone's in trouble.
That did not work.
Someone's in trouble.
Both of you. Sorry.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay. Just gonna hide behind her.
As you guys walk in, you not only see Finry, but you also see Rain, your mother, Arabella, standing there next to him, and they're whispering amongst each other as you approach.
As I walk up and I say, "Hi, Daddy."
He gives you a quick look with a stern expression upon his face, and goes back to whispering with Arabella for just one moment. A moment passes, and then your mother walks up to you, Rain, gives you a quick kiss on the forehead, and walks out without saying a word. Finnery looks up at you guys, both of you. He takes a few steps closer and sits down on a chair next to the door, and he, in kind of a softer tone, says, "Listen, I know you guys are about to go on this adventure together. Don't tell Sage, but I know she's more than capable of taking care of you. But what I want you to know is that if you ever come into trouble, talk to me through the trees, and I will be here.
Okay, Daddy.
And he reaches into his pocket and he hands you two identical necklaces that are essentially a piece. It looks like the moon that's been broken, kind of like a yin yang down the middle, two identical symmetric pieces, and each one look to complete each other. And he gives one to you, and he says the other's for your sister. And he says, these will be a reminder of us when you're away. We love you very much, and we hope that you guys get whatever it is you're looking for. Lord knows I did my fair share of traveling when I was young, before I met your mother. It's only time that you go and get that out of your system so you can come back home and enjoy what you've had in front of you this whole time.
Okay.
And then he steps out, and you can see a soft like tear coming down his cheek as he turns to walk outside the hut.
And I run and give him a kiss on the cheek and a hug, and I say thank you.
Safe travels.
Thank you.
He's just like, why was I here for that?
I feel real bad.
Oh, by the way, we're staying the night.
Okay, so I go and find Sage, and I give her. I put one part necklace on, and I go and find her and give her the other necklace. I say, Victor, come, we'll show you our forest.
I'm ready.
So Rain, does this mean he said yes?
He said yes. Here's a necklace for you to wear. Daddy gave it to us for us to wear. He said, I need him talk to the trees.
We can do that.
Yes.
I can. I don't know what that meant. It's fine.
Okay, so you guys are at your village. You can prepare, get ready, pack, whatever it is you want to do. You have a day and a half or 2.5 days to get back to the sanctuary. We'll go over to Arathian, who's trying to go on a mission to figure out whatever he can about Bradbury. So who are you trying to go up to? Who are you trying to communicate with?
So I'm assuming the seedy underbelly is probably the best place to go. So anybody who looks like they would murder me in a heartbeat is definitely who I'm going right up to first.
Okay. So the deeper that you get in to the shadow skirt, so on the outside of the kind of the big fenced area where the sanctuary is, right on the outside, is a little bit more tame. The closer you get to the actual capital is where things get a little bit more shady. The alleys seem to get darker as you walk farther in, even in broad daylight. So you do find yourself coming across some different questionable characters. Is there anyone in particular that you're looking for or trying to hunt down?
Oh, I'm not super well versed with the criminal undergoings in the shadow, but I'm assuming that there's like maybe some sort of like, you know, child gang or where they use children to like pickpocket and stuff. You know what I'm talking about? Like
like a little thieves guild?
Yeah, like a little thieves guild. That's what we're talking about.
Okay. A
It
child
must be a
gang.
child king.
No one comes through here without being a gang of children.
I mean, that's how I was brought up, just as a child gang of one. So I'm assuming I'm just gonna like keep getting into skeety situations. If I gotta go to like a ugly bar, go away from the nice sanctuary.
Okay.
The one
Yeah,
that doesn't
so you-
look so nice.
Yeah, so you make your way to a bar that's the letter spelled E-R-E, and it's just eerie.
On purpose.
Without the I, just E-R-E.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'll go in. I'm assuming that I'm gonna look out of place here. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, you're the only one wearing cloth of color. Everyone else is shades of, assumingly used to be white or gray, but now just dirt with black.
So as I go in, is it like crowded? Is there music going on? Is somebody else playing?
Yeah, so there's still music going on. It's not the same type of party songs that you're going to hear at some of the more social clubs and pubs. But there is still a few people playing in the background. You do see a few characters, one of which catches your eye. He's kind of a taller, slender. He looks like, from your original glance, he looks like maybe some sort of elf, maybe a wood elf. But he's wearing kind of a dark green colored garb with the cape around his back. You see a blade strapped to his waist, pointed ears, and he's wearing a kind of a bandana over his nose and mouth. So all you see is his eyes, eyebrows, and hair. And he's just making stark glances around the tavern, of the Eerie Tavern.
Is he drinking anything? Does he have a drink in front of him?
Mm-mm.
All
He's
right,
just sitting at the end of the bar.
I'm going to go up to the bartender first before making my way to him. I'm going to just order an ale, something cheap. And I'm going to pull out about 5 gold pieces. And once I get the ale, I'll make my way over to him. And I'll place the gold pieces down and then put the mug or the whatever the ale's in on top of my hand and then cover the gold pieces. And I'll just lean over and I'll be like, I'm looking for a chat. I'll make some googly eyes.
He looks down at you. Remember, he is tall. He's about 6 foot, probably 6'4", somewhere in that range.
That's fine. I'm better at this height.
He takes like he kind of leans into it. He kind of leans down at you. And you hear almost as if his mouth is hardly moving, kind of a tight jawed. What's it gonna be?
I'm looking for.
What is it that I can do for you?
I want to know if you know something.
I know lots of stuff.
I'm glad. So name your price. I'm looking for some info on Bradbury.
Sorry, run that name back to me again, fella.
He's like a cowboy named Bradbury.
I guess I don't know a lot of things. I thought I was going to be able to help you, friend.
Well,
and he stands back up tall.
Part 2, then. You know anything about Dragon Scale? Maybe a mine of Dragon Scale down south?
You see a sharp glance back to you. This whole time he's been kind of casual, kind of talking at you, but looking around the room as he talks as if he's trying to make it seem like he's not actually talking with you. You mentioned Dragon Scale, and his eyes dart down at you, and as you see his eyes, really for the first time as they leer into yours, his eyes are actually a pupil of black. There's not the typical white around his eyes that you see normal. It's all blacked out. Say something about Dragon Scale. And he leans back in again. What do you know about Dragon Scale?
I know that it seems to be turning the tides of a little ongoing dispute. And I might know some information if I get some information first.
Why did you say so? Let's have a seat. Let's talk about it. And he goes and he grabs his own table. He has his own booth in the side, and he sits you down, and he puts his large hand on the table, and you see on the hand he has kind of like this brass knuckle device on it, but each individual knuckle has its own jewel on it. So you see a sapphire, a ruby, an emerald, and like a pearl on the pinky. And it sits down, and he's kind of tapping. You know how people go like when they tap their hands? You kind of see that, and the glistening off of each jewel is kind of shining at you as you sit down with him.
I kind of want it.
So what is it that you know about Dragon Scale?
So, let's see what you know first, and I'll fill in your gaps. I feel like you might be thinking about the same situation here.
I know I hired some bandits to bring some Dragon Scale to me. It didn't make it this morning.
Sure did.
Do you have anything to do with that, friend?
I didn't have anything to do with it, but I think I might know who did.
Sounds like you might know something more than what you're telling me. And he
do.
kind of waves over, and you see 3 more elves that were kind of blending into the crowd, all standing up wearing matching outfits. They're all wearing the same green cape, cloak. Actually, let me see if I can show you. Without it. I don't want to just share everything because it... Oh, perfect. Sort of. Can you guys see that? The elf?
Yes, sir.
Spooky.
So that's what you're looking at.
All right.
Sitting across
all right.
from you.
Walked into a
It's
very
here.
dangerous situation here.
So what is it that you know about Dragon Scale exactly? Because, I kind of had paid a lot of money to get a whole chest full of this stuff. And it was
from
going to
what
be in my possession this morning. And, I've never heard anyone talk about Dragon Scale before.
You see,
And the day it goes missing, the day you show up in my fucking pub asking me about it.
that's exactly what I wanted to come to you for. You see, I was approached first for a job. The job was, we go find this
Tell me
magical
about the
chest of light metal that's impervious to most damage, but light as air. And we were supposed to attack this camp and take the chest and then resell it to the guards in the capital. But the funny thing was, the guy asking me was the captain of the guards in the capital. Now, I don't know about you, but it feels a little weird, like I'm a new middleman, and I felt like there was something else going on. So I did my own digging, and I learned that you were the original leader of the bandits group. Now, I don't know who they went to after me, but I am worried that there's something else going on. And then I hear from this guy named Bradbury, I don't know if you know who he is, that there's something going on down south at some mine or something. Have you heard of that before?
So what I decided to choose to hear was, you knew about the Dragon Scale, you knew about the bandit camp, and suddenly it's missing.
So what you didn't hear.
Get them, boys. And you see the three other elves that are also all wearing this jeweled brass knuckle apparatus. They grab onto you, and their hands, when they touch you, they feel like rock, like they feel hard as stone, and it grabs onto you, and they have you stand up, and they escort you into a deeper part of the Airy Tavern.
So I'm not going to resist at all. And as I'm going, I was like, I've got nothing to hide. I'm just going to let them take me to wherever they're taking me. Obviously, I don't have a choice anyways.
I didn't think you had much of a choice, but I appreciate it. So they take you and they bring you back into a different room. This room is going to look, it looks exactly like every single PI, private investigator table with a creaky little lamp at the top that's swinging, and just one table with 2 chairs, one on each side. They sit you down on one of the chairs, and they bind your hands behind you. And he sits down, the mysterious elf guy sits down in front of you, and the other 3 elves all stand at different parts of the room, kind of surrounding you. And the elf looks in. You said you heard about me, eh? What is my name? I'll let you go right now if you can tell me my name, if you heard so much about me.
You see,
the dark eyes seem to be glimmering as he says this.
When I heard about you, it was in hushed tones, and it was that there was a man with eyes as dark as night that runs a local tavern around here. And I've been to every tavern in town.
What
and the
is
only
my name?
The only 2 with any owner of any recognition is this one with your dark, night-colored eyes, and the one that has the weird bird thing that beats the shit out of people and cooks metal. So no, I don't know your name. I was not given a name.
He stands up kicks the chair back from behind him, and he starts to walk out of the room. He says to the guards, don't let this guy go anywhere. And he walks out the door, closes it, and you hear 3 different of locks being locked behind you.
Well, this was a fun run, everybody.
So we're gonna transfer over to
What's that
Silex.
character like? I want to see what the new character's like.
Gonna transfer over to Silex and Kree, back at the sanctuary, who's currently trying to make a suit of armor and some sort of sword or blade out of the dragon scale that he received from Bradbury.
Hello.
Awesome. So, being a extremely skilled armorer, you're going to get essentially advantage on every single roll for this. However, there's one that's most important. So we're going to knock that out of the way first. This is going to be, it's essentially going to be an intelligence check on how, so you're in your forge right now, right? You got your kiln going, it's 2,000 degrees in this fucking room, and you're trying to figure out how you're going to take this unnaturally strong ore and melt it into something that you can actually form. So your first is going to be an intelligence check to see if you can figure out how to smelt this metal.
Oh, nope, no, I don't do shit.
So for the first day, you spend most of your time punching and kicking buckets and throwing water against the wall. You throw some of the dragon scale against the wall and it bounces right back off and hits you.
Did I have advantage on that?
Yeah, you have advantage on it.
Oh, okay, hold on. I only have 1. Well, that's better. That's a 14.
So you spend most of your day kicking buckets, throwing water, throwing dragon scale against the wall. You try hammering it. You try taking, the hottest lanterns that you have, burning the hottest that you possibly can, and you just cannot seem to figure out the trick to get this stuff to do what you want it to do. It almost seems like it's almost resistant to the heat from the fire. So you spend your first day doing that. Just for time's sake, we'll go ahead and skip to day 2. Go ahead and roll again.
No, that's fine. That was a bad roll.
So with advantage, roll twice.
Okay. 16 on that one.
Okay. Did you roll twice?
Yeah. Is this is intelligence only or tinkering?
Yeah, you know what? We'll say you're proficient in figuring this out. So add your proficiency bonus to the roll, which I think would just be 2 in this case.
Yeah, so that would be 18 then.
Perfect. That's what you need. So you finally figure out, after working with so many different types of metal, and actually it's because you figured out different ways that metal can be used, other than just as standard armor, but through magical nature. You finally figure out that the only way to get this dragon scale to actually melt is not through fire heat, but through electrical heat. So you actually worked up different prongs with different electrical wattages that you worked out from other tinkering that you've done in the past. And as soon as you ran a high enough voltage through the dragon scale, it slowly started to just crumble into a flat puddle that you were able to work with. So now that you figured out how to do it, what are you trying to make?
So first is just going to be full plate armor, a full set of how much I have. You said I had like 65 pounds.
You have definitely enough to make at least 1 full set of armor, and then probably, I'd say enough to make at least to either save some or to make like a simple martial weapon.
We'll just do the armor now, and then I'll save it because I don't know what I'm going to get some next. So we'll go with that, and we'll see how much I have left.
Okay, so you have your own molds and you have your own essentially all your own stuff that you use for your regular metalworking. Do you have anything specific that you're trying to make, like style-wise, or is it really just like standard armor? Like, what's your flair on the armor? Or is it just going to look kind of like regular painted armor?
We're gonna go. We'll flare it up a little bit, trying to make it look a little bit more dragon scaly, like make a play off the name. But other than that, we'll probably try and make it more sleek than like rounded.
Perfect.
So
So kind of like sharper edges.
Yeah.
A little bit of a scale.
A little bit more of elven flair than human flair.
Perfect. Awesome. And is it going to be formed to fit you or someone else?
Cree.
Awesome. So you're going to have, it's going to be a little difficult because of his literal wingspan. But you're able to make enough. If it's going to be for Cree, I'd say if you're going to want plate armor that goes all the way down the tips of the wings. Or no, not wings, because you're Aaron Cochran. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, you're fine. You don't have to use the extra. So, yeah, you're able to make that to fit him. And it's light enough that it won't affect movement speed.
That was the test. It was going to be, because I don't fly, so I wanted to see how light it really was.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So, yeah, you finish that up, and it comes out. Once you finish your finer cooling and you clean it, with your oils and everything that you always do, it is probably the most beautiful piece of work you've ever done. The metal itself, whenever it's in kind of a dark lit room, you can actually see almost like it has a heartbeat and a pulsing of its own. You can see the occasional, now that you understand what it is that you saw originally, you could actually see little streaks of lightning scatter across as if it was a thunderstorm. You can see kind of the like lightning come across like a spider web pattern. Not constant, but every once in a while flaring.
So now that I've made that, and I realize that it has a bit more to do with lightning and things of that nature, can I run a little experiment? Like I'll roll an intelligence check. I want to put a shard of the dragon scale or make a little tinkering to see that if it generates power, electricity, so that
you can try.
I want to roll to do that. I want to run that experiment to see if it is generating its own power and how much power is a certain amount generating.
Yeah, go ahead.
Intelligence?
Yeah, probably intelligence would be the right roll for that. At your tinkering's proficiency.
20.
Cool. So yeah, you're able to figure out pretty quickly, since you already kind of unlocked a little bit of its components, you figure out really quickly that not only is it providing energy back to whatever contraption it is that you set up, like we'll say that you set up like a little light bulb type of thing, like a filament that lights up, and it lights that up not only, but it lights it up so much that even whenever you take away the dragon scale from the equation, it still stays lit.
How long does it still stay lit?
At the moment, you don't know yet. It's still lit.
Okay. So it still stays lit. How much dragon scale did it need to light up the?
You just had one shard. You just used the one shard.
Okay. I definitely want to lock up the rest of my dragon scale and hide it.
Okay.
So I'm actually going to split it. So how much did I use making the full plate armor?
We'll say use 55 pounds of it.
Okay, so I have 10 pounds left. I'm going to put 5 in a safe, and then I'm going to keep 5 on me in bag of holding.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Okay, so.
And then was that day 2, or did that take up both days?
That was both days. So you have one day left before Silex comes back, before Bradbury comes back. For the rest of you, I'm going to skip over to Finro real quick. While he goes to the Zinro, not Finro. While he goes to the Cathedral of Soul, pays his dividend, and then he heads out to the countryside.
I actually had one more thing I wanted to do. I just forgot
Go
about it. I know there's got to be some sort of religious book I mean, I know there's religious texts on Soul and Luna and all that, but there has to be some sort of library or some sort of religious library in the temple that I can try to find out information about any of the, not the good gods, but the betrayers or any of the bad ones, to give me any information about anything that you may think I'm looking for.
Yeah.
If that's fair.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can hunt around. Actually, I'd say close to the cathedral, there's probably a bookstore, or at least some sort of public scroll library that you're able to go in. You can't take any of the text with you, but you can read what's there.
Yeah, certainly. So, like at day one, for say, I go to the temple, give my money as part of my donations, and then I just find something. Yeah, I give 100 gold for that day. Then I will go to anybody I can see and be like, typical kind of like middle-aged guy thing. Excuse me, to anybody walking by.
Yes. How are you?
I'm pleasant, thank you. Soul's light be with you. I have had some time since I've kind of been in the area. I've just visited a temple. I used to come here when I was younger. But I don't seem to recall any places where I could find some information about soul. Maybe some books, religious texts, or something of that nature. I seem to remember maybe some sort of scroll location or something of such like that. Do you happen to know?
Soul is hundreds of texts of soul.
Well, I suppose more along the lines of those he defeated. I'm currently writing a scholarly book, if you will.
One moment. And he steps away. He goes into one of the aisles, and he pulls, after a few minutes of looking, he pulls down a scroll, and it's not extremely thick, but he plants it in front of you and says, this may be what you're looking for. These are gods that tried to stand up against Soul and failed, as they all will. And he puts it down in front of you, and he walks back, kind of looking back at you cautiously, since you're asking questions
to assuage him, as he's there, to assuage him, I'd be like, well, it seems fitting that those who would stand against Soul's might have so little written on them.
He kind of smiles and turns away.
So
the text in front of you essentially is just kind of a basic list of different lore. A lot of these seem like kind of playful children's stories to you, someone who has studied so much about the actual god Soul. A lot of these texts are things like meet Torog, the Growling King, and he tried to fight Soul and lost, and the pictures of spiders and ravens and all these different types of portrayals and dark gods that seem to just, it's almost as if it was an advertisement for how dumb it is to stand up against Soul.
Probably not getting what I'm looking for necessarily. I will take note of any names in there for future reference. I don't see any images in regard to that stone that I have.
You do about halfway through. There's a few different pictures that seem a little bit out of place. There is a paragraph, but there's not a name associated with any type of lore. But it does show that skull, that skeletal head emblem, and it speaks of, just afterlife and the continual of how life can not always be the end with death, and through Soul's light, this particular being stood no chance. Again, not a ton of blanket information, but essentially simply acknowledging that there are people that are gods that have tried to exist alongside Soul, or to compete with Soul, and to no avail. Just really wasn't bought.
Okay, so a little disappointed, but I kind of expect as such in a place like this. I'll gather it just all up and go to the person that offered it to me and just let them know, thank you for the information. It seems almost silly that such a thing exists, and gods would dare defy so in his grace. Thank you for
Agreed.
your information.
Agreed. Are you trying to take the scroll and leave?
Oh, no. I offer it to him freely. This
Okay.
is not my information, though.
Gotcha. He takes it back and bows to you. Okay, what else are you doing?
I would like to visit Ruskus's location or locations where my old place used to be, and see if any of it's still standing and offer blessings to the land. I know it's just a play narrative thing.
Yeah. So you make your way. It's outside of town, like I said earlier. It takes about a half day to get there, a half day back. You make your way through the countryside. There's farms that you pass. There's different pastures being worked by different farmers and grain being grown. It's kind of between winter. The spring solstice is still quite a few weeks away. So not too much is actually being grown at the moment. Just preparing the land for the next year's harvest. Which you're oh so familiar with, growing up in this exact type of situation, in this type of landscape. You make your way back to where Ruskus has been taking care of the family land, and you knock on the door, and he's still living there.
Oh, my goodness, what a time to be alive. Ruckus, is that still you, Uncle?
You see a crippling old man rolling himself up in a chair with wheels on it. He kind of looks up at you, and he points to his mouth where his teeth have been kind of fallen out. And he gets a piece of paper and he writes down, "Can't speak anymore. Do I know you?"
I'm sorry, it's been quite some time, Ruskus. It's me. Your brother was my father. It was, I can't remember his name now. Anyway, it's Sinro.
He kind of gives a confused look on his face, and he goes to scribble things down again. And it says, "Zinro, my boy, you're all grown.
Well, the
You've
years
missed so much."
The years have been kinder to me, old man, than it has been for you.
He writes down essentially just assume the medium. Assume the medium is conversation over text. He asks, "What brings you back here?"
I was rushed out of town all of a sudden back in the days, years ago, but I have come to return to set some wrongs right in my life. I certainly hope that the blessings that I bestowed upon this land before I sold you my father's land was kind to you in all these years.
Yeah, he writes down, he says, Kidriff would be extremely proud of the, man standing before him. What are you doing now? Are you here to take over the farm? Thank goodness, or you leaving?
Thank goodness. No, I apologize. Ruskus, I was here to see if maybe your family still held over this home, and if you needed any blessings to be said on your name and soul's behalf.
He kind of looks down, disappointed, and he says, "No family, just me."
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I could have swore you would have a family, but has it just been you for some time now?
He writes, "Yes, since the capital took my family from me."
I'm sorry, the capital took your family from you. But what crimes or what reasoning?
He writes that he doesn't want to talk about it, but he will appreciate your blessings on the land as a man of God.
Oh, most certainly. No worries with that, dear friend. I owe it to my father as well as you for raising me in such a way. And I bless the land as much as I can. I also offer to, in very little ability I have, to cook for him and make him a meal if he so wants it. I don't suppose any sort of money into your name would help you in your daily routines at all. Are you okay financially?
He nods.
Well, I guess
He does put up one finger, and he kind of wheels his way over to kind of one of the old rusty closets that's over by the kitchen that seems to not get much use anymore. And he pulls out this kind of small. It's not much of a satchel. It's kind of a small purse, if you will, that has like some. It's kind of like elven script on it, and he writes, "This was your mother's. I want you to keep it." And it has like this elven script, and then at the bottom it says ST for Shalara Torfarin, which is your mother. And as you pick it up, you catch a whiff of those spices and that smell, that aroma that you grew up with. And it even though it's been so many years, it still kind of gives you that nice and warm feeling of your mom from growing up.
I take the bag and kind of hold on to it, and you kind of see a little tear in my eye. Naturally, you can see that. And I was not aware anything of my mother was still around. Did my father give this to you before he passed?
He nods.
Oh,
he said, "In case you ever came home looking."
Oh, well, I thank you for that. I can't really remember much of her face these days, but the smells, they still hit just as well as yesterday. Anyways, I do thank you. I don't come to take over the land, and hopefully I can see you once more. But if not, I will leave you with all my blessings of soul that I can.
Mm. He nods, and you make your way back to town.
Cool. So that's that area.
That's your first and second day. Anything you want to do on the third day before going back to the sanctuary?
Third day, I am actually going to the sanctuary, and I'm going to try to find, I'm sure in a certain amount of dust and anguish, I'm going to go to Silex and knock on the door, I guess, of wherever his workshop would be. I'm assuming in the back or something. So like, don't
behind the bar. Yeah, there's two doors on the back of the bar. One kind of goes into like a liquor area where they keep all the wines and beer barrels, and then the other door is his workshop.
Excuse me, master of the sanctuary here.
You hear Silex. You hear and as you open up the door, Zinro, you see like a puff of smoke come out, and you see Silex walk out to you, kind of burnt eyebrows, frustrated look, but he's also holding the most beautiful armor you've ever seen.
I'm sure whoever's getting to wear that is quite fortunate.
It's a work in progress. What's up?
If I may say so, I'm not very good with the technology and metalwork, as it seems you're so far advanced in. Could I possibly inquire as to if you know anybody, you yourself included, or maybe somebody else by chance, that could make me a weapon? I have a very humble spear that was given to me by a fellow I knew quite some time ago, but I feel if our getting into battle is something we plan on doing more often, I might need something a little more sturdy for the occasion.
Well, I can make you anything. So come in, take a seat, and we'll talk about what you want.
Well done. Might I ask if there's any cost for materials? I could gladly pay you since we've come into money.
Depends on what you want it made out of.
I'm
sure a weapon will run you. A normal steel would probably run you about. A long sword would probably run you about 8-10 gold.
Well, what I'm actually looking for is maybe a mace where I could put the symbols of Sol, as well as his companion Luna, on each face of the mace. Probably something, square-sided, obviously.
So you
Nothing
can
too...
smack him in the face with the power of God. I got you. That's cool.
I prefer not to do much damage to individuals when I'm fighting.
For a custom job for detailing and stuff, probably about 12 gold. So supplies, time, and stuff. But you just got to tell me how long you want it, how big you want it, and how heavy you want it.
I give you the dimensions of a normal mace and all this stuff. I don't want it super heavy because I'm going to use it as one-handed for the most part. But yes, indeed, that would be quite lovely. Do you need enough? Do you have enough time? Do you need anybody to help you? I'm not great with my hands, but I am good with manual labor, if that makes sense.
Nope. I'm good. I'll have it, and however long Shay decides.
You'll be able to have it done within the day. Yeah, you'll be able to. That's easy work for you. Yeah, you'll be able to have that done before Bradbury returns.
Yep. No, I'll have it to you before we depart.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. I quite enjoy, somebody around who can do that for me. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
You want sharp points on it, or is it just a bash in the face thing?
I don't need any sharp edges. I myself might cut my hand on it if I'm not careful.
Fair enough.
Okay. So Zenro finishes up his few days. I assume you're going to hang out by the sanctuary until things finish up. Besides your daily contribution to the cathedral.
I took away the 300 gold for the 3 days of there and back to the cathedral, and then I'm just hanging around in case anything. I do probably bug Silex a time or two about does he need anything done? Because I'm the kind of person that if I'm there, I might as well contribute. So I'm like, do you need any wood chopped? I used to do that when I was with my father for quite a few years. We worked a farm, so I know how to work a plow and this and that kind of thing. And then eventually I'll probably just go inside and just sit in the corner with a glass of water.
Okay.
While Silex is working, he don't hear a word you say.
Yep, I didn't assume so. Freyr, are you still hanging out at the sanctuary, or are you doing anything after what Vitra told you?
Yeah, so Freyr's pretty much just hanging out, eating, drinking, talking to people. But during that time, he's going to get a note to Balin to let Mira out of prison and give her a special secret note to let her know where Vitra is and how to get here, so we can reunite them together. Okay. So we're going to use a little bit of my pull in the capital to get her out of there. Okay. But other than that, he's just hanging out, drinking.
Gotcha. Yeah, you get a we'll say you send the note out the first day right after Vitra talks to you. Second day goes by, you drinking, hanging out, having a good time. Third day in the morning, the messenger comes by with a note back to you from Balin. It does read, I hope this note finds you well. Hope your travels are going better than expected and higher than anticipated. Unfortunately, as per your request, that is not something that we can do, as she is a traitor to the capital, and that cannot just be let out without bail and punishment.
I must have left that part out.
Would he have told me specifically what she did?
He just said traitor to the capital.
Traitor to the capital. Okay.
So he's hanging out, he's drinking, he's partying, he's having this is Freyr's vacay. He's worked nonstop, just so y'all know. This guy's worked nonstop for the past 350 fucking years. All right. This guy's he's been essentially tailing Balin, his mentor. He's been learning the different arts of different, transmutation and evocation magic, and he just got the okay from his boss to fucking go kick rocks off in the world, and he's doing it right. He's doing it right. So he's having a good time.
May I ask one thing real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
On one of the, just a spare, before I left the house with Ruskus at it, I probably would have closed the door, left, and then probably turned around. Is there any families left in that area other than Ruskus's family?
So in that particular area,
Well, Ruskus himself now.
I mean, it's pretty much just Ruskus running that farm. He has some help that he, employs, but there's not really any other families. That farm right there is about 35, 40 acres. It's a pretty big farm. There's not much else around.
I guess what I'm looking for is, okay, if there's any help or people that are around the area when I'm leaving, because I want to make a point of asking somebody. If he didn't want to talk about it, I want to ask somebody else around who they know. So is there any help while I'm there?
Not while you're there, but you do along on the walk back. You probably pass by a few different carts and people walking that same trail that you could probably ask.
Yeah, I'll grab somebody's attention and just excuse me, whoever is on the cart or something.
Oh, hello there. And he's kind of looking down. He's riding on a cart with just a single horse-drawn carriage. Nobody else is in there. In the wagon behind, you see some different bushels of hay, some cobs of corn, and then he's just sitting on the top. Looks like he just got a good harvest and is ready to go sell.
Fantastic. You going to the markets up in Finowin, are you?
I sure am. We got a nice haul today. Plan on bringing in at least 15 different silver pieces, maybe even a gold if I'm lucky.
So be praised. Anyways, I have a question in regards to one of the farmers here. His name is kind of an older gentleman. His name is Ruskus. Do you happen to know who I'm talking about?
Old man Ruskus. Of course. Yeah. It's been here longer than any of us.
I don't want to waste too much of your time. I'm going to pull out three gold pieces, and I'm going to hold them up and go, for just a few moments of your time, if you don't mind, and I'll throw them up there, and hopefully he catches them.
He snags them out of the air.
And when we're done with this, I'll definitely praise your crops, hopefully. But my question to you is, Ruskus used to have a family. At least my lineage charts used to say such a thing. I'm kind of surveying the land on behalf of Findoin. Could you tell me what happened to his family? He says he used to have it, but he doesn't want to talk about it.
He hops down off the cart to get kind of eye level with you, being that you just paid, months of rations to his family. He jumps down.
I know how far it goes.
He puts his hand on your shoulder and he says, "This information is not worth this." And he tries to hand the gold back to you.
I apologize, my friend, but this is not a matter of what it's worth to you or to me. I know how much that means to you, and trust me, I know how much it means to me that means that much to you. So if this is not enough, I can give you more, and if it's too much, well...
No more. You've done too much. Ruskus, his wife and his kids, it's more of a punishment than anything. No one really likes to talk about it, as you can imagine. They try to negotiate with the capital 15 years ago. I was just a young lad at that point. They try to negotiate over their percentage that the capital takes. We all know it's a fair 40%. Nobody argues. But he tried to negotiate, and in response, the Fintheon Guard took his children, they took his wife, and they gave him a rather stern beating, which caused him to can't talk anymore. He's got no teeth. Haven't heard him say a word in a decade. Poor guy. But really, I don't need this. This money is not due for this information. Anyone could have told you that. I'm just a passerby.
Anybody could have told me that information, but you are the one that did.
Well, so be praised. Thank you so much.
Let his light be with you.
Shining as always.
Thank you for your kind words. I am just curious what happened. I can now correct my records. I don't think they mentioned that in the histories of this area.
Shame.
But his light be with you and enjoy the success of your crop.
I don't know if I need to now. he gets back on his gets back on his cart, and he gives like a stern, yeah.
Right before he
says,
does, I go, we
"Thank
keep
you."
that between you and I, no 40%.
He shares. He gives you a salute, and he kind of jingles his purse and rides along.
Nah, I'm done.
Okay, awesome. Sage, Vitra, Rain, are you guys finished up packing? That was pretty much your first day that you talked to them. Is there anything else you want to do back at your village before going back to the sanctuary, just to kind of get this going? You're muted, Hannah. I can hear you in the other rooms. Okay.
Yeah. It gave me a little notification. You're muted. I was like, shit. Just packing. I want to, pray for a little bit, meditate, do all that druidy stuff. I definitely want to pack some warmer clothes. So some of the cloaks that I've made, just kind of have my things with me. I'm also going to have that ring. Yeah. I'm also going to have that ring that was given to me by the druid elders, the one with the crystals on it that lets me talk to plants. Mm-hmm. So I have that on me as well. I'm also wearing a necklace that was my mother's, and on top of that, I'm going to put the necklace that our father gave us also. So I'm wearing those 2 necklaces.
Okay. So whenever you put on the necklace, you do feel like it has a little bit of a magical property that you'll want to attune to next time you guys take a rest. We'll say you attune to it before you guys get back to the sanctuary. But for now, we'll let this kind of go as it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else, Vitra, you want to do? I know you're kind of in a strange area with a bunch of these weird druids around you.
Not necessarily. I think I'm just gonna observe, just make sure that I'm like with Sage or Rain at any given time. I don't want to be left alone with anybody that I don't recognize. I think I'm going to spend the majority of my time trying to write to my loved ones back at home, kind of updating them on the situation with my mom, that she's been in prison, and so I haven't been able to meet with her and all that. But yeah, just kind of hanging out for me.
Cool. So you guys hang out most of the second day. You write some letters. The third day, you guys make your way back to the sanctuary. At the same time, Zenro makes his way back. Freyr never left. He's probably a little buzzed.
Hey, Shade.
Yeah?
Sorry, real quick. Is there any shops at the sanctuary?
I'm not at the sanctuary, but around it, yeah.
Okay, during my 3 days there, I wanted to go and get a cloak that I can cover my robes up with, because I don't want to stick out when we're traveling. So yeah. I would have done that during my 3 days. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, so as you walk out of the sanctuary, so the sanctuary is kind of in this, I don't want to say cul-de-sac, that's not the right word, but it's kind of in this open area by the gate. And so there's kind of this circular area where there's a few other shops really close by. The sanctuary stands out just because it's a little bit bigger, and they have the 2 big chimneys from smokestacks. Obviously one for the blacksmith, one for the tavern. But right across from it, you see a shop that's named the Elder Pixie. And it's all open. So it's kind of think of kind of like a food truck, but for different items you can purchase. So it's kind of a small, I say small compared to the sanctuary, but it's still a very large shop, but all of its items for sale are kind of around the outside. And then you have the worker inside, which is a young woman, a young human-looking woman.
Oh, yeah. Do you have a cloak that I could buy from you?
I got lots of cloaks. Is there anything specific you're looking for?
I just want a long black cloak with a hood that I can kind of cover up. I feel like I stand out a little
bit.
Oh,
mysterious man. Okay. And she starts to flick through a lot of the different hangers essentially of these cloaks, and she's slapping kind of like a dry cleaner that has all of those all the clothes that come down, and she finds this black one, and she picks it up and she looks at you. This ain't for you. She throws it back and she keeps going, and then there's another one, and she puts this out and she lays it on the table in front of you. She's like, oh, this is nice. Why don't you try this on for size? And she hands it over to you. And it's this dark, it's kind of a thicker coat, so it's not necessarily like a soft cotton. It's kind of like a wool, kind of like what do you call those cloaks that everybody fucking wears in the wintertime?
Tall?
That's not what I'm talking. Yeah. It's kind of like a
Sherpa?
wool. Jesus, no.
Sherpa?
No. Like a peak, like
Oh, I know what you're trying. I know what you're trying to do.
the one with like the big oversized buttons that ever. Yeah, a peak. Oh, that's what.
Peacoat.
Yes, a peacoat. Yeah, so it's kind of like that material, that thick wool, but it's cloaked, and the hood is a kind of oversized hood, but it goes all the way down to the floor. It's a large cloak.
I try it on and I kind of like model it for her. I'm like, what do you think?
Mhm.
Kind of like
Yeah, turn
stuff.
around, darling. Turn around. Let me see it on you.
Look good? Look good?
Absolutely, absolutely. It looks fantastic.
All right, I'll take it.
Oh, hold down there, cowboy. Let's talk. And so she kind of looks you up and down. She said, "What are you going to be doing with these robes that you have currently?"
What are you suggesting?
Listen, purchasing things is nice, but if you can barter and trade, it sometimes gets you a better deal. They would go greatly upon my collection.
How much do you think you'd give me for my robes?
Small council robes out in this part? Somebody could get themselves into a big heap of trouble. I'd give you probably around 500 gold pieces for them robes.
And how much is the cloak?
Oh, that's part of the trade, darling. You give me those robes, you can have this one for free.
Well, I can't just be like naked underneath the cloak, so I'm gonna need some kind of clothes.
I don't want your undergarments, sweetie. I just want the cloak. I want your big old small council robes.
Okay. All right. I'll trade that for. Well, actually, no. How much was the cloak you said?
It's free if you trade me yours.
This is a $500 cloak, or 500 gold
To
piece.
you, it's free. I just want your cloak.
So you're gonna give me 500 gold pieces,
Everybody
My-
wins.
my robes, and you're gonna give me the cloak for free?
Everybody wins. And she jangles a little piece of burlap sack full of gold pieces.
All right, sure.
And she takes the robes off of you, puts the gold in front of you, and then whenever you look back at her, the robes that you handed her have kind of like disappeared. But your money's in front of you and it counts to 500. You can add 500 gold pieces to your inventory.
That works.
Hope you don't have your name embroidered on the back of those.
Oh yeah, all of the high council and small council have their names embroidered on their cloaks.
Much like a jersey.
I'm just kidding.
Coming in number 77.
But they are
Fire!
uniform. They are uniform, so they're very obvious what they are. Everyone knows Findlewin high council and small council members from their cloaks.
All right.
And before you leave, she kind of turns around and says, "Well, hold on one second." She has this kind of gold pin that was actually kind of a lapel pin that was on your robe, and she took it off. And she's, "Do you still want this?" And it's a pin that has it's a pure gold piece. It has a V and an A on it for the Valar Assembly, which is what you're a part of in the government. It's kind of like as you would know, but the others don't. The Valar Assembly is like a there's the High Council, which everybody knows about. Everybody, essentially, these are the ones that make all the big decisions publicly. There's the Small Council, which is essentially where you sit, that essentially makes all the real decisions to push up to the High Council to give the public notation. And then among that Small Council, there's a few members of the Valar Assembly. These are people that have proven to not only be proven in their ability to make sound decisions, but also can be relied upon if called to action. So essentially like militant members, which is why you were trained as a wizard as well as a politician.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that pin.
Okay. So yeah, she hands it back to you. She's like, I know these are important. I don't want that to fall into the wrong hands. Oh gosh, could you imagine?
What is there anything else that's useful here that I could buy for maybe the group or something?
Anything particularly looking for? She's just really kind of a broker of all kinds. She's kind of like a pawn shop. She's kind of a broker of all kinds of different things. She's got lots of different, small weapons like daggers and swords, a few different satchels and bags, some potions, things like that. Just kind of a rigmarole of all kinds of different things.
Does anyone else like stand out? Would anyone else need to like blend in? Because I'm getting a cloak for myself. Would anyone else? Yeah. Would I need to?
Yeah. Besides Vitra, who's like a pale blue, maybe the only other person that would stand out is possibly the Arakakra of Kree, but honestly, no one's gonna say shit because Kree will just punch him, just knock the bitch out if someone tries to talk shit to Kree.
Since I talked to Vitra before and I noticed that she's blue and she stands out too, I'm gonna go ahead and I'll get a cloak for her as well.
Oh, you coming back for more? And as she says that you come back to look back. What can I do? You want another cloak? I got these real nice small council robes that you can purchase from me for 3,000 gold pieces.
I laugh at that and I'm like, no, I'll take another cloak for one of my friends.
Oh, excellent. What color? And she starts
same kind of cloak as what you got me. Maybe
how big's this fella?
Maybe a little bit smaller. Like how big are you, Vitra?
I'm like 5'8".
Yeah.
About for a humanoid, about 5'8".
Do you need a hood?
Yes.
Okay. So she pulls down the one that she originally threw back from you, and she's like, "This will be perfect. I know I threw it away for you, honey, but it was a little bit too small. I know you got the broad shoulders, you're a tough guy, so this is gonna be a perfect fit for you." And she hands it to you, and it's almost identical but a little smaller.
Okay, how much?
Oh, for this? I know you got at least 500 gold pieces. I'm not going to charge that for you. I don't know, if 15 silver pieces, maybe 2 gold if you're feeling generous.
I'll toss her 2 gold, and I'll take the cloak.
Perfect. All right. So you came out of there with 498 gold pieces and a new black cloak. Take off your cloak from your inventory if you have it on there for your small council member.
Gotcha.
Awesome. So is everybody back at the sanctuary now, except for the one we know is not at the sanctuary?
Okay. Before we finish up with that, Sai's going to give me a shopping list. And my job for the next 3 days is to pick up kind of supplies for the journey. So
okay.
Do you like healing potions? Let's get me a map of kind of the terrain that we're going to. I personally am going to want to get a history book for the area that we're going to, and I'm going to consistently be reading that while I'm bodyguarding, kind of keep an eye out also at the tavern, see if I pick up on any kind of interesting conversations. But other than that, just, the traditional, I've been shopping.
Okay, how many healing potions would you like to purchase?
Give me an idea of what the costs are.
So there's a few different sizes. The ones that are going to be more available are just kind of the standard healing potions. I forgot what they're called. There's like the lesser healing potion, I think. Lesser healing.
Like a 1d4.
Yeah. So there's So there's the you'll see lots of the. Not any lesser, just regular healing potions. And those will all run you about 25 gold pieces each. They have some greater healing potions. Those are about 200 gold pieces. And there's one merchant that does have a superior healing potion, and that's about 1,000 gold pieces.
All right, so I'll just get 4, so 100 gold pieces for the potions.
Okay. So go ahead and add those to your inventory and take off 100 gold pieces. We'll say, just to keep everything brief, because it's been a little bit of time here. So we'll say that you're able to find everything else you're looking for, the map, you're able to find the rations and things like that you need, as well as the history book of not only the history of Fendelwind, the city that you're in, but also Illyria, the city out to the west, and the coastline, the Western Ocean, and Athos Beach, where the mine is. So we'll say it's a few different books. Doesn't really add a bunch to your inventory for that, but lots of good information for you that will help you get advantage on history checks and those certain things later on.
Awesome. Did I pick up on anything interesting overhearing at the tavern in the meantime?
We'll say that you hear some rumors about that. Actually, you know what? Let's RP this. So you go and you shop around, and as you're getting some of the, you go to that same lady that Freya went to for the coat, because you know that she has different potions and things, and that's where you got the 4 healing potions. Yeah, so you go back to her. Her name is Esmeralda, and she's the one who actually works at the Elder Pixie, which is the little shop there. So Esmeralda tells you, oh, Cree, honey, oh man, you wouldn't believe it. They said that annoying little bod that you guys always have playing at your restaurant, he got messed up with Luke. Oh man, he's in a whole heap of trouble. Oh man, but that's not your problem anymore. He probably won't be asking to play.
What did he do this time?
Oh, nobody really knows. He went into Erie. No one people say he never came out.
When did this happen?
A couple days ago.
Oh man, this bard kills me every single time.
Not anymore. He's done. He's out. He's Luke's problem now, not yours, darling.
All right, give me the goods.
I got no information other than he's done for. He probably tried to sing a fucking song to Luke Heartless, and he fucking cut his throat right there. I guarantee it. I put money on it. And you won't believe this, I put an entire robe set from the Finthian Small Council on the fact that your bard boy is dead. I know. It's weird. It's rare that I have them, but I'm gonna make some money off of this. I'll sell them to you. I'll sell the robe to you right now for 3,500 gold pieces. That's a bargain, I tell you. I spent way more than that.
Esmeralda's her name, right?
Yeah, Esmeralda.
Yeah. Esmeralda, you know I ain't never gonna wear this shit. Everyone knows me around this town anyways.
I mean, that's probably true, but I do know that you and Silex like to do different missions, and y'all like to make money in different ways, and you never know. Having a set of these robes probably can't hurt. I mean, you can go right into Finthian capital wearing these robes. No one asks a question. You can murder the king. You can assassinate whoever you want. I mean, you can literally do anything with this kind of power, and it just is in my lap. Could be in yours for only 4,000 gold pieces. Think about it.
I'll pass. But hey, keep an eye out if you hear any more gossip about Luke.
Okay, I will. I'm right next to her. I'll come get you.
Thanks, Esmeralda. Talk to you later.
You got it, Cree. And she throws in an extra potion of healing on your way out, because you guys are friends, since she's right next door.
And then, because I know her favorite drink, I give her whatever she usually gets when she comes after work to the bar.
On the job, honey. You know I shouldn't. And she just downs it.
Sounds good. All right. So then what day is this? First, second, third?
This is the third day now.
Okay, cool. So I go back. Is everyone here yet at the bar? Or
everyone except for one.
So I go up to Sai.
Yeah.
That fucking bard.
Is he dead?
Probably. He's with
so he might not be dead.
Do we want to get him? He's at Luke's.
How far away is Luke?
So the Erie Tavern is, nothing's really far in the Shadow Skirts, but it's like 4 or 5 rows in. So it's definitely in the darker shaded part of town. But it's not, it's probably a 15-minute walk. It's not far.
Has Luke come by my bar anytime in the past?
Absolutely not. He's a rumor. You hear things about him that he runs the inner city. That's it.
Do we?
Do we know what the bard did?
You don't know.
No.
All right.
Do we have like a negative? Sai, does he have like a negative relationship with Luke, like competition kind of thing, like my bar, your bar kind of?
No, you get the idea that the Erie Tavern is not really there as the form of profit, so he doesn't really consider other taverns competition. He probably makes his money in other ways. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. So I'm assuming I'm done in the forge at this point.
Oh yeah, yeah. You got your armor, looks good. By this point, it's about midday on the third day, and so Bradbury's probably going to be there in about maybe a matter of hours. He said he'd be there midday on the third day. So, yeah, you're finished up with Zenro's mace, that four-sided mace with the signet of Luna and Soul. Yeah, you guys are all back and together and ready to go.
I'll pull everyone into the bar, get some drinks, and I will explain that our bard has pulled a dumb move and got involved with Luke. I don't know much more than that.
And who exactly is this Luke you're talking about?
Probably be your local gangster of the city. I don't really know what he's into. I don't have much experience with him. I know of him at this point.
What would he be doing talking to Luke?
Fuck, I know. I mean, he probably said something stupid, but we'll find out if we want to. I guess. I mean, it could get dicey. It could get dicey. I'm not entirely sure. He is somewhat of a friend,
When are we supposed to leave? Because Bradbury's supposed to come back. Can we stall him to try and get the bard back?
Well, I'm pretty sure it'll be my boat we're taking, so I think we could wait a day. But I'm not going to be having to talk to Bradbury. But the sooner we try and get the bard back, if we are going to do that, the better it would be.
Do we know where Luke is at?
Luke has a bar called the Erie in the inner city, and it would be a good place to start. But other than that, I have no exact location.
It feels wrong to leave him behind.
Does it though?
But oh, so right.
Really?
Don't tempt us, Trey. Don't tempt us.
So, side note, not to dissuade any information, I did already make 2 other characters just in case, because I knew I'd be making decisions like this.
Don't you always?
Let's go see if we can save the bard. What do we have to lose?
And on that note of you saying, what do we have to lose? The scene change, right? We're in this dark room, and Orathian is sitting there at the table still. This lantern flickering above him, the 3 goons sitting inside staring at you. It's been 2 days of just staring at each other.
They haven't hit me yet? They've just stared at me?
They don't have orders to hit you. They have orders to not let you leave.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
So you're sitting here at the table.
Hold on, I gotta make an edit.
Every once in a while,
Not dead yet.
somebody would come in and give you food, give you drink, piece of bread, a couple ounces of water, just enough to keep you alive, but not to flourish. And
Okay.
you are met with this weird feeling after a couple of days. You've completely lost track of time being in this room. You don't know if you've been there for a matter of hours or if it's been days or weeks. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw to see if you have any idea what time it is or what day it is.
15.
Okay, yeah. So you've through all of this, you managed to keep a pretty good take on the time. So you know that it's probably about that time that you need to be meeting up at the sanctuary with your friends to meet with Bradbury, who you potentially came here to try to find dirt on, to realize that you ran into the guy who hired the guys to bring the dragon scale in, and told him essentially that you were the one and the reason why it's not in his possession.
So
Likely around 100,000 gold pieces worth of dragon scale.
Gotcha. So at this point, I'm gonna start selling everybody out. I'm gonna be like, look, guys, I'm super bored. Can you bring your boss back in? I want to make a deal.
They look to each other.
Deal with
They
y'all.
look to each other. And he one of them knocks on the door 3 times, like. And a few seconds later, you see the oh-so-friendly, familiar face of Luke Heartless, the wood elf with black eyes. He steps in, they close the door behind. He sits across from the table from you, and he says, so what, you finally ready to talk to me? You ready to give me some information?
I do love talking. It is my favorite thing to do.
Why'd you take it?
I didn't take it. I feel like that is the problem.
The wrong answer. That's the wrong answer.
Hold on. I do have something else I was keeping. It was my ace in the hole. I don't think Bradbury set me up for a second mission. Now Bradbury is the one that took it. All right, but the second mission is coming up soon. I'm thinking I help you spy. I let you know when the big haul is going to take place. You could take that and the original chest. Double your profits.
But where's my chest now?
All I ask in Bradbury. Bradbury's got it.
You keep saying the name of this guy. I've never heard of this guy. I've heard of you.
All right. Imagine you only heard of me because I'm here now. You didn't hear about me before this. So let me show you Bradbury. Here's what I'll do. All right. What if I get one of your little goons that I've been having a staring contest with for 2 days, and I get them to follow from a safe distance? I don't want them to mess anything up for the big win in the end. Confirm that there's this cowboy guy, and then they come back and they report back to you and let you know that there's a cowboy, that I'm not lying to you, that Bradbury is a real dude.
I think that I'm gonna want some kind of confirmation that my dragon scale isn't all spent or sold or distributed halfway around the country. Can you provide that for me? I don't give 2 shits about Bradbury.
I'm just offering you a better deal. I don't know what he did with the dragon scale. I was not there for that first mission, so I don't know where it went.
Where did you meet this fella?
I met him. Do I know of any other taverns in the area?
You know the sanctuary.
Do I know any other ones?
You know a few. Yeah, you know a few different. I mean, as far as like the names of the taverns, I mean, there's the Swift Baboon.
Do I know what street the Swift Baboon's on? Does that have like a street name?
No, there's no street names in the outskirts.
All right.
There's just.
So you know that one that's 2 streets down, the fast monkey, the Swift Baboon. That's what it is. So I was in the Swift Baboon doing my normal performance, trying to make a few extra coin. I got that bard life, And I used to have an adventuring group. I don't know if you remember or not, or if you ever heard of us. We all died to a mind flayer. It was pretty tragic.
Come in here to get information, and you're gonna sit there and start talking about yourself. I don't care about you.
Look, I know you're not caring about my friend, but I have to set the scene for you to understand where we're at. So he comes in as I'm trying to set up a new adventuring group, because that's how you make money these days. This whole bard life doesn't do anything anymore. So I pull him in, and he says, I might have a proposition for you. But Dragon Scale seems a little over my take. I just lost a whole group to the Mind Flayers. But what I do notice is that everybody in your little group is ordained with these gorgeous gemstones. So I'm thinking I can make some money with you instead.
He kind of puts his hand up, and he snaps, and one of the goons comes over, And he whispers something in his ear, and the goon leaves the room. And he goes back to, go ahead, continue talking.
No, I don't like that anymore. So he offers the deal there. Secondary deal comes up. He says there might be another one in a mine down south. So that's where we're going now. But my time's running out. We got to make this move today.
How far down south?
He
Are
said
we
we got to
talking
take
like
a
in
boat.
Candor?
By boat. I don't know. I'm just supposed to be going along for the ride. Now, I can handle a boat ride,
No boats around here.
obviously. So we got to travel to the boat.
I mean, here's the problem that you have, right? This is your problem at this point.
Yeah, I'm
Is that-
understanding. Okay, cool.
Is that what you stole from me, right?
What
And-
Bradbury
and-
stole from you, and you were
What-
assuming that I stole. You can search my person. I don't even have a house.
So what
Where's it gonna
you
go?
and your friend Bradbury stole from me
Yeah, I don't know
essentially-
Bradbury like that.
is essentially worth probably, I don't know, to put a number on it, probably 200 of your lives, right? If I could put a number on your life, I'd say it's probably around 500 gold pieces at the most.
That seems low, but I'll take it.
And, I hate to do this, because essentially you just, you seem to really have some good, and you hear a knock on the door, and that guard that he sent out comes back in with the owner of the Baboon Tavern, and he says, "Oh, thank you so much for helping me out there, friend. Sir, do you mind telling me if you've ever seen the mug on this fella before?" And he looks over at you, and you see this confused, terrified goblin. He's like, I know you want me to say yes, but I don't. I don't know him. I'm so sorry. I
If
don't know.
possible, after the first time I hear his voice, will you allow me to cast some spells? I have a couple. I think I could make this work.
What are the spells you're trying to cast?
The first one is silence. So
Do you have to use any type of hand motion or verbal component to cast silence?
that's a lot of questions. I'm doing this on the fly. So-
Because if you have to do some sort of, what is it, sciatic? Is that what they call it? Like where you have to use like your hands, whatever the word is, right? What's that? Somatic? Somatic, yeah. So you have to use your hands or your voice to cast it. Probably not going to work in this room, considering you're being stared at by 3 guards.
Yeah, no, it's not.
And
gonna
your
work.
hands are
It's
bound?
Definitely just both vocal and somatic. So.
I mean, you can try, but I mean, it's
I'll cover it with a sneeze.
a chupacabra.
One
learned
time
that
when
from
you
a
want to
wizard.
fart really loud.
It's been a couple days. I might be brewing.
Oh, I assume you were farting the whole time.
I am a man of stature. I can't. There's people watching.
So as you hear this goblin start to kind of, shiver and quake in the presence of Luke, you try to cast silence.
You made a roll sleight of hand. And
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, roll a
Stealth?
sleight of hand. Yeah, see if you can.
oh fuck. 15 even.
Yeah, we'll say you're able to cast silence, and we'll say that you kind of cover it up with a. oh man, it's dusty in here.
All right. Are you ready for part 2 of my spellcasting chain?
Oh, I'm so ready for part 2 of your spellcasting chain.
So this one is just a vocal, but I'm gonna try to mimic Homeboy's voice, the goblin's voice, right? And I've got a really good performance, so I think I'm gonna do well. This is gonna suck. I'm gonna vicious mockery from the goblin's voice, in the goblin's voice, as if attempting to shoot from the goblin's mouth. I'm not telling you shit, you black-eyed fuck. And it's just gonna do some damage to Luke
Okay.
from the vicious mockery
Okay, go ahead and
attempt.
Does Luke?
I'm the wrong character.
What do you have to cast for that? For vicious mockery, is that something that Luke has to save against?
Yeah, that's a save against. It must succeed a wisdom saving throw to not or take damage, but it doesn't say that it would know it's me.
It's a 17 on the roll
So that's
for the wisdom
it's
save.
He's not gonna take damage, but he'll hear it.
Okay. So you hear him. You see the look on his face, and again, he's wearing this like bandana over his mouth. So every time you hear Luke talk, you actually don't see his lips moving or hear him actually speaking. But as that happens, the chain of events of casting silence, vicious mockery, you see Luke kind of go. Look back at the goblin. He looks back at you, and he smiles in your direction. And then within a half second, lightning fast, you see one of his blades come out and slit the goblin's throat in front of you, and the goblin bleeds out on the table, like his neck on top of the table, looking at you as the blood drips down the table side.
Jesus, I would have never assumed he would have said that to you. Let's do what we can.
And Luke kind of storms out of the room, closing it. You hear that familiar, the locks closing behind you.
Well, I'm fucked. It was nice knowing y'all.
And back over to the sanctuary. You guys are trying to decide what to do. And at this point, Bradbury comes in. Walking in, he's got kind of a little sack thrown over his shoulder that he's holding, pulled tight together with string. He looks at the lot of you. He kind of nods his head, tips his hat. He says, "Well, ain't this a sight for sore eyes? You guys all ready to come on with me? On our way to Illyria, get some more of this magic." Oh my goodness. And he looks over and sees the armor that Silex made. And he says, "That just might be one of the prettiest things I've ever laid my eyes upon."
I think Kree's wearing it now, but yeah.
Oh, sure. That's what I meant.
So Bradbury, let's talk for a minute, shall we? Let's talk.
Oh, you guys aren't going to cancel on me, are you?
No, that's still a plan as far as I'm concerned. As far as I might not speak.
Well,
to
then
the
let's
party,
talk.
Who exactly did we take that trust from again?
Oh, that was just a group of bandits down south. Nothing to really worry yourself with.
Yeah, but a group of bandits don't just come upon extremely mythical, magical ore without usually being told to do so.
That's very true.
I'm just wondering if you did your homeworks and you know who you took it from.
I do.
And
there's a very good reason why I'm leaving town. Now let's getting on, and get to this boat.
I'm afraid, if you haven't noticed, one of the party that we were with last.
Yeah, the singing guy, he's gone. I know. He went to talk to Luke. I know all about it. Let's get on out the town, so no one else ends up like him.
How long have you known the information that
I saw him go in?
You saw him going to the Erie?
Yeah, into the Erie. Mm-hmm.
And you didn't think, hey, maybe this is a bad idea?
I absolutely thought it was one of the dumbest ideas I've ever seen anyone take with my own two eyes. But he did. And I saw this boy walk right up to Luke Heartless himself. I mean, he's got balls of steel, I'll tell you that. We could use some more of him. I wish he was still around to see us. But I sincerely doubt he's still alive.
We can't just leave him there.
Oh, honey. Yes, we can. And we will. Let's go. Come on.
So, the thing is, right?
What's the thing?
He's right in the sense of, yeah, you probably shouldn't leave him there, but you should be more concerned because he knows you, and we shouldn't leave him there for that reason. The more we leave the bard there,
Liability.
the more likely he is to talk.
And talk he probably already has. It's been what, 2 full days since he was taken. Nobody can sit there and be tortured or whatever is happening to him for that
He's
long.
probably torturing them with his voice. But I think eventually that'll stop, and that's what we need to be there before then. So I'm not asking for your help. I'm just saying give us a day to get him, and then we can skedaddle.
If everything that you're saying is as accurate as you're saying it is, that he's talking, that he knows me, why would I be incentivized to stay around an extra day? You're right. He made a dumb call. He's in there, probably dead. Let's leave. We got what we wanted. I got the dragon scale. You got your dragon. I gave you more money worth of dragon scale there than you've probably ever seen in your life, boy. Let's keep moving.
That's probably entirely true. And I'm not down that for a second. I'm saying more of that a talking bard can be as deadly as a knife if we don't get him out of the said situation.
Not to a ghost. Nobody knows me here. I've never been to this town before. I was passing through, heard a rumor, and acted on it. I went into the first bar that I found, wrangled up you lot. You all seemed extremely eager to help me out. I offered you a very fair wage, and we accomplished the mission together. Now, you all seemed extremely capable, which is why I'm inviting you along, but I can't wait around another day. I'll give you a few hours tops, but I'm leaving. I have my dragon scale. I have my crew waiting for me in Illyria. I'm out of here. You can stick around. If he is talking, he's probably talking about you as well. And if you think I'm going to be able to protect you from Luke and his goons, you've lost your mind. There's no way.
He's right. We should leave him.
I think we can make a few hours work. We can make it happen.
That boy's from the capital. He doesn't even mess with Luke. They have the entire Fenthian guard. They don't even mess with Luke.
We would notice that he's wearing different robes, obviously, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, y'all notice.
Yeah, I'm going to give you an eyeball of, like, this is different. I won't address it at the moment. I can't in good conscience let somebody die if I have the ability to help them. It's kind of against what I believe in souls like to be. I'm going to turn over to Silex. He's like, I believe it was your boat that we were going to take on this journey. Is that correct?
Yes, it is the one I use.
Then it seems like it wouldn't leave until you tell it to.
It is very true. I mean, it's not the only boat in town. It's just the one we're going to use.
This argument makes... I was taking on Zenro's voice. This argument makes no sense. I can get any boat. I invited you folks along because you seemed extremely capable and could possibly make me more money. And in turn, make you more money. Sticking around for a bard who's probably already given up your location. There's probably goons already on the way to this sanctuary, which is an ironic name at this point. There's no need to stick around. Either you guys need to go fight all of the entirety of Luke, Heartless, and his crew, or we leave. Because if you stick around, there's not going to be much to stay and look after.
I think give us a few hours, and we'll see what we can do, and we'll leave by nightfall.
You know what? That's fair. I'll be back in a few hours. And he exits the sanctuary.
I can't in good conscience leave somebody to die.
I can.
In a heartbeat, I would leave y'all, just so y'all know.
This is why.
That's a trait of you, Trey, not...
Yeah, that's a Trey thing. That's not an Arathian thing.
Yeah.
So the best thing we can do is either we can go talk to Luke, we can go attack him, or we can try and sneak in there. But I don't think any of us are very sneaky. I mean, we tried a whole mouse thing and they got shot. So, what's y'all's opinion?
You know Luke. How do you think he could be convinced, or are we going to get killed?
I think if I could give him the chest full of dragon scale, he would. He'd like that.
Is he worth the dragon
Do you
scale?
think he'll be offended that your friend wears armor made of the very dragon scale he was waiting to expect?
Yeah, she would have to take that off. He would have to take that off.
Really, really happy that you guys realized that before going to talk to him.
I guess the sword, is it on you? The sword you made on you?
He didn't make
I
this
didn't
one.
make one.
I didn't make that. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Well, I will aid you in helping your friend out if you so see fit to do so. Maybe we can potentially barter for his life.
I think we're gonna have to give him the dragon scale to get him back without having to kill anybody.
We can't give up that armor.
That's the only way, unless other than that, we're gonna have to fight them. So we could just, leave.
That's someone's life.
I think we decided like we're gonna go try and get him.
I mean, I'm down for whatever.
Is there any way to sneak in?
I mean, it's a bar. It's usually not, I would assume. I don't know. I haven't been there. I just know of Luke and I know of the bar. So, I mean, what we could do is we could try and lure, like an exchange. I've got 10 pounds of dragon scale left. We could send a message, have them bring Rathian, talk it out, or fight it out in the street, I guess, rather than in the bar.
I feel like if we hand him over 5 pounds of dragon scale, he's still gonna be mad because the rest of it's missing.
We just don't have it though. That's the problem.
We're gonna have to fight them and kill them.
It's better to do it in the street than in the home turf.
I'm not fighting.
So instead of losing one life, we're gonna take many more.
I mean, I'm more okay with taking people's lives that I don't know than losing.
And I'm talking to the hippies.
Yeah, I'm struggling.
I'm talking to the hippies.
If they were the ones that were trying to get the dragon scale to Fendelwind anyway, then I don't want them to have it. Fendelwind is evil.
Yeah, no one likes them.
No one likes Fendelwind.
I kind of liked Findlewind.
Rathian, he's clever. He'll figure out how to get away and meet us.
He changed his name. I just realized that.
It's been changing this whole time.
Rathian,
You want to go too far? You want to try and get Luke out, or we just leave him there? I mean, I'll go with party decision on this.
Yeah, why don't we vote?
Everyone in favor of saving Rathian, say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Hi.
I offer my allegiance to saving Rathian.
Oh, the ayes have it.
The next vote would be then how are we going about it? Are we trying to lure him out into the street? Maybe we could get more of a discussion going because of the guard. Or are we trying to barge in, sneak in, mouse in? I don't know.
We could
What
lure
if we
them
do
out
both?
in the street and then not have the whole group together, only have like 1 or 2 people to lure them out, and then we surprise attack.
I don't mean to disappoint you, Councilman, but most rats don't come outside unless they have to.
Oh, when he sees his dragon scales, whatever, he'll come out.
That's I would lure him out with that.
Yeah.
So what I'll do, I guess,
Like a little carrot. Just like a little carrot on a dragon scale.
Is all
Tie like a string to it and just like keep pulling it. And...
That's what I was thinking. Like the dollar bill on the sidewalk.
Yeah. Gotta be faster than that. Gotta be quicker than that.
I guess what I'll do then is I'll get all the dragon scale up for one, except for one piece, one small shard, and I'll keep that on me. Okay. I'll split it half and half. Have 5 pounds in a bag, 5 on me, and then I'll write this little letter that's like, "Hey, I bought some of your dragon scale. Didn't know it was yours. I found out the secret." And I'll put it together, and I'll put like sanctuary on it. And meet at this time. Bring Rathian. and then I'll go inside and I'll find one of his pushers, one of his little spies. I'm assuming that's everywhere in the outer city. And I'll be like, go take this to your boss. And then we'll wait at Sanctuary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Armor
Okay.
hit it this time.
Kree takes
So
off the
sorry to cause the first TPK of the run.
No, you're not.
So yeah,
awesome. No,
you
you're
write your note. You put it with the rest of or the amount of dragon skill you want to send with it. Are you sending a runner? Or are you going yourself?
I'm gonna go find one of I'm assuming he's got people on the street that belong to him. I'm gonna go find one of them as quick as I can. Be like, take this to your boss.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you'd recognize one of his goons.
That's what I'll do, and then I'll go back to the bar.
Okay.
And I'll tell Morgan to go home.
Gotcha. So yeah, Morgan leaves. Go back to the Eyrie, where Arathian is still bound in the room. The stench and the vile smell of the dead goblin. Goblins already smell like ass, man. And then this one's dead in front of you, starting to decompose. The smell in this room is awful. You have to keep yourself from gagging at the thought, and you're hungry. And so like the slight need to feed and seeing this dead carcass is really fucking with your head right now. But nevertheless, Luke comes back in. You see the dark eyes glistening in the one tiny lantern shimmering back and forth. And he sits across from you, pushes the goblin body onto the floor. And in front of you, you see a little sack with a note. And you put it down, and you hear a ting, 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 as the dragon scale falls out of the sack, and a note that reads, "I figured out the secret I didn't mean to buy. I purchased this not knowing it was yours." I forgot what else Silex said, something around those lines, right? So you see the note that Silex wrote to Luke, and he says, "So you want to tell me again about how it seems that you have friends or someone who seems to want you out of this place. So I guess, again, your lucky day is,
Look,
your life is in jeopardy."
me and Silex's sister, we have a thing. It goes back years. Me and her, it was a one night thing, and then it turned into a 2-night thing, and then it's a little older.
Morgan.
Yes.
And he closes the book that he was looking up.
Yeah, Morgan. Yeah. So I'm sure that she heard through the grapevine, and Silex really likes to work with metals. He probably did actually buy that sack of metal off of somebody, and now they're trying to bargain to get me out.
He snaps his finger again as you're talking, and one of the guards come over. He whispers something in his ear, and you slightly make out the sanctuary.
Yeah.
As the guard leaves and walks out of the door.
Yeah. So I'm assuming what happened is that he had this metal. He thought maybe he could barter it to get me back for his sister. You know what? I think you've been sitting here long enough, don't you?
No, let's go for a walk.
So. I'm having a good
Let's go for a walk. What do you say?
Buddy.
And you see his
good,
like
man.
his stern look kind of turn around as you can kind of see like the light bulb just snapped in his head, and you can almost see from his cheeks, you can almost tell he's smiling as he says, "Come on, let's go for a walk. What you say?" And he stands you up and walks you outside the door. As he opens up the door, already in this dark tavern, because you've been in this room for a few days, even the little bit of sunlight that's peering through the open front door is blinding to you. And so he's walking you by arm. You're still tied bound. Everyone in the tavern here at the
and
Eyrie,
it's just like we're all just right here in this one spot.
It's
like he's holding me. He's touching me currently.
He is walking with you with his arm kind of holding onto your arm, or his hand holding onto your arm as he walks you. And everyone around you
I'm
as you're
gonna
walking.
shatter here where I'm at. Just on myself.
Okay.
we're gonna cast Shatter.
There's no need to plan, guys. We should never plan.
We should never plan. This is my last attempt to save everybody, as I don't know that you guys are coming to save me. I'm more worried about the guy that went to Sanctuary.
Sure, spray paint.
So it's a 10-foot radius sphere, and then everyone must make a Constitution saving throw and take 3d8 of thunder damage, or take half.
Okay. I'm gonna roll kind of for everybody. They fail.
They fail? Okay, well they take
They rolled a
18
3.
damage.
Okay.
And then any inanimate object that's there is shattered. So I'm
Yeah,
hoping
so
these...
everything behind the bar, all the glasses of rum and whiskey and wine are shattered at the same time. Probably 2
What kind
dozen.
of vines do I have?
Oh, they're just ropes. They're just ropes.
Son of a bitch.
But at the same time, as you cast this, about 3 dozen, probably about 30 different people in this tavern, all you see kind of the quake of their body, and they disintegrate in front of you as you kill everyone in this room except for Luke, and Luke is also pretty hurt as you shatter all of the goons, all of the people in this bar.
All right, and I'm gonna run
Oh,
away.
fuck.
So from just a few blocks away, even though it's a rustling city of people and merchants, you guys hear a loud shatter of glass and tables and a boom come from the direction that Silex, you would know, is where the Eerie Tavern is.
Fuck.
Seems your friend's putting on a concert.
Was that Eerie?
That was the right direction. So
Okay. Yeah, let's go.
start making our way there, I guess.
So, yeah, you guys start making your way. Arathian, you try to bolt away from Luke, and you feel... Actually, you wouldn't feel it yet. 1 second. You feel it. You feel the crisp, sharp slice into your back of his blade as instinctually, as you go to run away, his area of attack opportunity slashes into your back. He rolled a 24 to hit. And he does 12 points of slashing damage as he slashes into your back, and your entire the back part of your clothing is cut open, as this is the sharpest blade you've ever been cut by. But you're able to start running away. He takes pursuit. He starts to chase after you. And I need you to make a contested acrobatics check for me. So go ahead and roll an acrobatics check.
18.
So he lunges forward and he tackles you onto the ground. You're pinned down, and he reaches up for his blade, and he has one knee on your chest as he reaches this blade down, and he goes to stab it into you. And as it comes down to stab straight true to your heart, you hear a and a bolt of arcane energy comes smacking into Luke's chest. His beautiful green robes, his elven armor, starts to slowly melt away as this acid arrow eats into him. And then in a second, a third come into him, and he starts to slowly melt from the center, and you see a panic into his black eyes. You see his clothes start to melt, and the center of his chest caves in as the acid slowly eats at him, and he looks up, and he falls with his eyes open, dead beside you. Walking up, reaching a hand down, is Bradbury.
Bradbury! I'm so glad that I didn't die. Oh, you are a sight for sore eyes. And as I'm doing this, I'm gonna take those brass knuckles off of his,
No,
his
partner.
hand.
That's my trophy.
Son of
And
a
he grabs
bitch.
it. He grabs it from your hand, and he picks you up kind of by the scruff of your neck. He picks you up, and he's like, "We need to leave town right now."
Well, you just killed him. That was it, right?
He has hundreds of goons in this town.
Oh, they're dead. I think I blew up the bar.
No, son. We gotta go. And he starts to kind of like for the first time, you actually see him kind of take the form of a soft jog. As you guys start to make your way back to the sanctuary, your back is searing in pain from the blade that cut into you. You make your way to the sanctuary, and along the same path, the same roadway, you see the rest of your group, Kree, Silex, Vitra, Sage, Rain, Freyr, Zinro, are running at you. And you see you guys all see Bradbury and Arathian being kind of drugged forward, and y'all meet together. What do you do?
You got my
Cast Cure Wounds on myself to save the damage that's been taking.
Fair enough.
Well, yay! We didn't do it, but yay!
You got my dragon scale?
Now it's time to leave.
Shit.
And I suppose we don't have to worry about him anymore. We probably should get going. He caused quite a ruckus.
To be fair, it started with good intentions. It just ended with bad ones.
And what were those good intentions?
I didn't know who you were. I was just making sure you're a good dude.
Oh, do you
I
know
believe
now?
it now.
Do
Oh,
you know
yeah.
now?
Oh, yeah. No, for sure.
Do I have to worry about you running off again, or should I put an arrow through your chest as well?
Probably, but I will be good for the moment.
Did you get my dragon scale?
No, that was left on the rotting corpse of the goblin. Probably.
I'm just gonna walk away.
I
Let's go.
have inadvertently left a legion of bodies behind me, so I will also sulkingly walk behind everybody.
Yeah, walking doesn't seem like much of an option as you hear the screaming and shouting of different shop owners, and you see the collective point of the crowd of everyone's crying in horror of the scene that they just witnessed, and they're all pointing in your direction, Arathian.
I will point behind myself and run whichever way we're going. Oh, look at what he did! And then just keep running.
You hear, "It was him, the bard!"
I'm so glad I'm a ranger. Oh, my Lord. Look at my bow somewhere.
So you guys fight your way through the city of crowd of all the different merchants and shops, people in the middle of the roadway, not giving the slightest care of your urgency as you guys make your way out of the city. You're chased out by a mob of angry and grieving local shop owners, mothers and fathers of people who were in the tavern. And you guys make your way out to the outskirts of town, and you exit the streets of Findlewin past the sanctuary without having... well, actually, let me ask, are Kree and Silex, are you going to try to make time to make your way into the sanctuary to grab the armor before you leave?
Well, I'm assuming we're moving at a fairly brisk pace, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, there's a mob chasing behind you.
So
He was already wearing it.
He took it off to meet with Luke.
But did they do that already?
So let's see.
And I can fly there pretty damn fast.
No, so you take them to the boat because you know where it is. And I'm going to cast Expeditious Retreat on myself, which makes my movement speed 90. And I'm going to dash to get the armor, get some things out of the office, like gold and whatever I have in there, and then get Morgan and go to the boat.
Okay.
So,
Well, the boat is all the way in Illyria, which is about a 12-day travel by foot. It's across country. I mean, it's all the way on the western side of the continent.
That's where my boat is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's about a 4-day carriage ride if you guys can find a horse and carriage, but because of events that have unfolded, you don't have the time to negotiate your way to a carriage ride. I mean, unless you want to try to take one, you can. It would just have to be a big enough one to carry all of you.
I'll meet y'all outside the city and then do what I said.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to do that pretty easily in front of the crowd. So you're able to get in there, get what you need out of the office, grab the armor, and make your way to the edge of the city where you meet the rest of the group. At that point, you guys are able to kind of make your way to the on the main road that leads to Illyria to the west. It's the Mosaic Way, which is the name of that road. So it's about 4-cart wide road. It for the most part is pretty paved. There's a few kind of tricky winds throughout, but for the most part, it's pretty easy to navigate. Just a straight shot to Illyria. But the crowd is still behind you. So you guys are going to have to spend the first little bit trying to get there without any issue.
So just for safety's purposes, because I'm a little worried about it, I'll use my Bardic Inspiration to give all of us... what is this called? Hold on.
So while he's looking up that, you guys start to make your way down the road. The group of all of you, including Zinro, Freyr, Rain, Sage, Vitra, Silex, Kree, Arathian, Bradbury, and Morrigan. So the 10 of you guys are all kind of walking as kind of like a troop, kind of a group of all 10 of you making your way to Illyria.
It'll give it the Mantle of Inspiration, which is everybody within 60 feet of me doesn't get affected by reactions. So like they can use their movement speed without being affected by reaction, and they get 5 temporary hit points.
Okay, cool. So add 5 temporary hit points to everybody. How long does that last?
That lasts for 5 minutes.
Okay, cool. So
probably whenever we're in like the closest, like they're like attacking us a little. Well,
at the moment, you guys are able to make your way to the main road, and once you guys start walking along the road, you notice that the majority of the crowd doesn't really leave the city line. So they kind of chase you out, but after they realize you guys are continuing to run away, they lose interest and back off. So you guys are able to walk along the road at this point, seemingly without any issue.
So the people that were chasing us, that was just like regular people, not just Luke's goons?
It was everybody, the whole town.
Because they were upset about the bar.
Yeah, most of them just lost a friend, family member. There's about 30 people that were just shattered that were not his goons. The 30 people were just in the bar or in the surrounding area. And of course, he still killed some of the goons as well.
To be fair, it was only 10 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a person survived. Silver linings.
Well, good thing we're going to be gone for probably a little bit. Let things cool down.
I will probably never come back.
Yeah, probably.
Seems like
at least not looking like that. We'll disguise you before you come back.
Yeah, so you guys are walking along the road. It's still about midday, a little bit later in the day than you had originally anticipated leaving. You guys are making your way. Is there anything that you guys want to talk about within each other about what just happened before we make any type of rolls to see what happens today?
Yeah, as we're walking, I want to approach Vitra and tell her that I contacted someone in the capital about Mira to try to get her released, but I couldn't get her released because she is a traitor. Do you know what she did, Vitra?
So, I would say that when you said that you couldn't get her released, you saw like a lot of disappointment on Vitri's face. But the second that you mentioned that she is considered a traitor, I get mad and I just yell like, she's not a traitor, all right? And I just kind of like walk away from you.
Like, hey, like, I'm on your side, you know?
You playing good cop?
I'm playing good cop. I'm like, hey, like, what happened? What does she do?
Apparently, being my mother is the crime.
That
Because
doesn't
she
make any
had
sense.
me, that's why she's in prison.
Because she had you, that's why she's in prison.
What is this music? It doesn't seem like I feel like I'm on Dawson's Creek or something. Okay. So, yes. So, you're not, as far as I know, you're not allowed to be with anyone that's not your kind. Okay. As you can see, I'm not full elf, right? So I came here to meet her and was told that she was in prison because my stepfather turned her into the government.
Oh, I see. I'm familiar with all like
Mm-hmm.
all that. But I'm a little more open-minded.
And I'm sorry. I'm not mad at you. I'm frustrated at the situation. I really do appreciate the fact that you even tried to ask about it. So thank you for that.
Well, it's not gonna make up that I can't get her freed, but I got you this cloak. And I hand you
I
the
forgot.
cloak to help you to kind of like blend in, so maybe people won't notice you as much.
That being the case, I would like to notice. I'm assuming I can hear the conversation a little bit, but I would definitely look towards you, Freyr, and be like, "Interesting. You no longer wear your robes. Are you currently hiding yourself from someone?"
I feel that if we're traveling out here in the wild, that I would probably rather not be noticed, and my robes would definitely kind of give me away. I'd rather blend in a bit.
What worry would you have? Somebody of your stature would certainly have some pull here in Fendelin, certainly across the other parts of the state.
Well, I still have my pin that identifies who I am, so I can still I could still use some pull without my robes.
Certainly, if you believe so.
I'm gonna take the robe from Freyr and I'm gonna set my hand on his shoulder and say thank you so much for this. Like, I definitely need to blend in as much as possible.
I'm gonna just kind of take note of that conversation, especially around the fact that Freyr specifically said he was a little bit more open-minded, because that's very against anything I've seen anybody from Fendelwind do. You know, most of the elves that I've had experience with from Fendelwind are very against people who are half elf. So I'm just gonna kind of like, I'm a little suspicious. So I'm just gonna take note of that.
So, Shade, I'm gonna work on an idea, because while I was just thinking about it, how to turn the dragon scale into a workable pistol that shoots electricity. So I'm gonna roll like intellect to be like build on that idea, because I kind of think I figured it out, but it's gonna take some more mechanics, I guess. But
Yeah, so you figured out how to meld it and turn it into the shape of what you want it to do. You haven't quite figured out how to unlock its power. You just figured out that it does emit power. So you don't know how to turn it into a weapon.
That idea alone, of that I can get it to emit power, not whether how much power. That just building on the idea. I guess I'm just more letting you know that Alex is thinking about it.
Yeah, just keep in mind that it's gonna take a little bit of time of attunement, much longer than a typical.
Oh yeah, no, it's gonna be more of a working thing,
Okay.
more of a growing thing, just letting you know that my character's thinking about it.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Anything else you guys want to discuss? Are we good? You guys are currently walking right now along the road, so you're making your way.
Keep an eye out. I want to just keep an eye out for
Okay.
who's walking, what characters are going by.
Cool. All right. On that note, for our first day of travel, who wants to do the honors of rolling a D8 for me? I saw Vitra's hand go up first. Go ahead and roll a D8 and let me know what it is.
Hopefully it's something good. It's a 4.
Oh, so you guys continue along your day. The skies are beautiful and clear. You don't run into any obstruction or any issue. The day's actually, this first day of walking goes by really quickly. You actually make up a day of travel. So instead of it taking 12 days, it's going to only take you 11. So you guys are able to go now. You're by this time it's about nighttime, and so you've made up about a day's worth of travel just because of the expeditious departure from Findlewind. So you guys are probably going to want to camp soon. Are you going to want to make camp on the side of the road or dig into the just to get an idea for the landscape? After you guys got a little farther away from the city now, most of this road is essentially it's a paved road, mainly in the fact that there's been hundreds of carts that have rolled through here. So it's not necessarily paved as much as the grass can't quite grow just because of how much foot travel and cart travel and horse travel comes through here. But it's a very wide road, on the sides of which are not necessarily a thick forest, but definitely trees and grown over kind of canopy from time to time, but most of the time it's kind of a cleared open walk just surrounded by trees and nature. So how would you guys like to make camp for the night?
We should camp amongst the trees.
I agree with that.
There's 9 of us, so we'd probably be fine
There's
on
10.
the road.
There's 10 of
us.
What does the landscape look like? Is it like a road surrounded by trees on both sides, or?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Just road and just forest on each side?
Get off the road!
I don't think you heard me. I literally just said that. Like 20 seconds before you said that. I was like, yeah, that's exactly right. You nailed it.
So we do have 2 druids with us, so I don't feel bad about sleeping in the actual forest.
But then we got animals and other things to worry about at night. So
we have 2 druids.
Animals won't mess with us.
Yeah, we got this. It's fine.
I don't know if y'all know what animals do, but they eat me.
I think to be afraid of we do.
But they eat
we
me.
do animals.
They do not eat you.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
I got 2 toes and half a finger that beg to differ.
Well, then you
did
can
just eliminate an entire bar. So I think I can handle a bear comparative to this. So let's.
There's 10 of us. Who's going to attack 10 people just sleeping on the side of the road?
An entire town that just got, we just murdered all their. Actually, you just murdered a bunch of their people.
Look, if I murdered all their people with one spell, I can murder all them with one spell. I'm not worried about it. Now, a bear takes 2 or 3 at least.
Well, luckily we can negotiate with bears.
I can negotiate with humans. Not well, but I can do it.
Oh my god!
I'll say we go into the forest.
Yeah.
Rathian, the bomber of bars.
He's had that up there for a while.
I was wondering how long it was yesterday.
Oh my god. That's awesome. You need to have like a for our live games, you need to have like a little whiteboard that you just have your name up all the time of like your different names as shit happens. So you just have it up in front of your person. So like whenever you decide to change it, it still works for the same effect. Okay, so where are you guys camping? Have y'all made a decision on that?
I think I'm vetoed, so yeah.
forest.
The forest. So yeah, you guys burrow yourself in a little bit. Are you guys going to be lighting a fire, or just going to make canopy, or make camp in the trees?
Fire.
I mean, yeah, we probably need to eat. So
Is it cold?
Absolutely. Yeah.
You
So
always you always need it.
it's in the winter.
Okay.
Yeah. So to give you guys an idea, hold on.
I'm no
it
stranger to
shows.
the cold or sitting outside, so I can build a fire pretty easily.
Okay.
I've got my winter stuff that comes up to like my lower part of my or upper part of my neck, so I'm all bundled up.
Okay. So let me see if I can share this. So there is a. There you go. Kind of shows. So this is kind of the calendar of kind of the where you guys are, and so you guys started right here, and it's the month. The month doesn't matter to you guys, but the month's called Ira, and it's the 27th of that day. So it's going to take you guys, about 12 days to get to where you need to be. But just to have an idea, the winter solstice was only a few weeks behind, probably about 8 weeks behind you, and the spring equinox is a few weeks in front of you. So it's still very chilly, but up here where you guys are, it's going to be extremely cold, being that you guys are in like the coldest part of the entire world, up in the Fintheon area, just south of the Fintheon Alps or the Altarian Alps and everything. So yeah, it's pretty cold. Pretty cold.
Well, I gladly get a fire going, and I know what it takes to do that. And I'll search around for some brush here and there to get it going. I should have it up and ready in just a few minutes.
Cool. Yeah, so you guys sit around the fire. After a short while, the day catches up with you, and tiresome eyes weigh heavy as you guys decide to sleep for the night. Can I have somebody roll a d20? No takers? I'll roll it.
No, Heather's taking it.
Heather
Oh.
said it.
I rolled a natural 1, so
At some point in time in the night, I'd like to look in that pouch that I got and determine what exactly is in there.
okay. What did you roll, Rain?
14. Do I
Okay.
add anything? No, just D20.
No. It's just a rolling for half and half. Yeah, so nothing happens during the night. But before we wake up in the morning, Zinro, you open up that pouch, that purse that you were given. The leather is very tight. It's kind of hard to open at first just because it hasn't been touched in decades. But inside, there's nothing in particular. There's no items inside the purse itself. The purse was in and of itself the gift that was given to you. So inside, it just has that refreshing like aroma that reminds me of your mother, but nothing in particular inside that has any additional value other than the fact that you have something that belonged to your mom.
Okay, how big is it? I can just put it in my other one.
Yeah, so it's I say purse because it's probably like this
okay.
big, kind of like a little hand satchel. Like it's
handbag?
big enough. Yeah, it's big enough to carry, like a coin purse essentially for her.
Cool. I will, smell it and kind of go into like very weird. Stare off into the distance until eventually I have my eyes closed and I don't realize it's happening.
Okay, cool. So you guys all head to bed. Arathian, as you sleep, you dream about being back in that room that you spent so much time in. You're in that room, in that chair. You look up and you see Luke again. He has the bandana over his head. He's looking at you, but not through his normal eyes that you were used to seeing him from. You see, instead of the blackened out eyes, you actually, as he looks up at you, you see from inside of the hooded inside underneath the hood, a tentacle, 2 tentacles, 3 and 4 kind of fall out from in front. And as that bandana opens up, you see these tentacles kind of reach out for you and almost seem to try to hold on to you. You look up and you see the face of not Luke anymore, but a mind flayer. And in your head, you remember all of your previous party members that you worked with and you traveled with, and you remember them losing their lives to a mind flayer because they weren't strong enough to resist. But you see that same mind flayer's face in that of Luke that was just killed over the top of you. What do you do?
Well, I'm gonna presumably wake up, right, from this. Oh, nope.
You're in the dream. You're in the dream. You're sitting across from Luke/Mind Flayer in front of you.
I will attempt to cast spells.
You're in a form of sleep paralysis, like a rigor mortis, like your body is stiff. You can't move. All you can see is these tentacles dancing their way across the table, getting closer and closer to you.
So I guess it's more of a, like I'm going to mentally try to swing my sword, to try to do what I can to handle the situation in front of me, but I'm not going to handle it well. I'll be honest with you, bud. Not doing too good.
As the rest of you are trying to put yourself to sleep, you're kind of woken up by the wrestling sound of Arathian throwing punches at nothing at his bedside. He's mumbling. He's trying to. It looks like he's trying to slash a sword at the air. But Arathian, in your dream, you're perfectly still. Your mind is racing, but you can't move a muscle. The tentacles get closer and they start to grab onto your shoulders, and they climb up, and you feel the slick, cold tendril of this tentacle push against your face. And then you see the mind flayers open up its mouth as it leans back, and you look inside, and there's a bright light. And as you see that light, you wake up. And the rest of the group is all standing over you, looking at you because you were just throwing punches and fists into the air.
I'm going to still keep swinging, I'm assuming, as I get up, like thinking it's still there. But once I kind of come to my senses, I'm going to just, I'll sit back down and I'll be like, I'll take first watch, but I won't engage after that.
Okay. Yep. The rest of the night goes by without problem. You guys wake up the next day and begin to travel. You have 10 more days left of travel to go. So who is going to be rolling a D8 for me?
Heather.
Go ahead.
You're muted, Heather.
I rolled a 6.
Okay. All right. So you guys get up and going. Again, another really clear day. You guys travel along this road for hours. It seems to start to get kind of monogamous, just passing tree after tree. You do notice that up ahead of you, as it did every once in a while, the trees start to canopy over, providing a little bit of cover from the harsh sun, which is especially blinding with the snow-covered ground. You guys get underneath the canopy, and how are you guys walking right now? Like, give me some sort of like order of who would be where, who would be up front noticing things.
Front.
Okay. Rain, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
And me and Cree are probably close behind. Me, Cree, and Morgan.
Okay.
I'll be in the middle.
I'm in the back.
Like My Chemical Romance on the lute, just having a hard time.
Welcome to the Black Parade.
I'm not okay. I'm just screeching at this point.
I'm not okay.
When everyone asks me if I'm okay, I'm like, I'm doing great. I'm perfect, peachy.
Okay, what was that perception check roll?
19.
19. Oh, okay, excellent. So you can hear keenly into the forest. You hear the soft whimpering. You hear a off into the forest to your right, on the right embankment. You hear it. It sounds like it's a good 20, 30 feet into the trees. But you hear it. It sounds like a child crying.
Okay. So I stop. And I look to the right. And I look at my sister and I say, Sage, did you hear that?
Can I hear it?
As she pointed out, you do. It didn't originally catch your attention, but as you pointed out, you hear it. If anyone else is stopping, you guys could likely all hear it. It's only about 30, 40 feet away, so it's not too far.
Okay. It sounds like a child.
Should we go help it? Should we investigate?
It's not me crying this time, guys. It's somebody else.
I don't think we can leave something crying in the forest. I think we need to find out what's going on.
I think that
That's
we
it.
can. We've got to get to the boat and murderous people. I mean, y'all brought up the city before, and I'm not in the mood to deal with somebody else that's sad. I would like to be the only sad person.
We didn't leave you behind.
You
Yeah.
could have. I would have.
Well, I guess we're better people than you, Arabian.
Genuinely, you are, and I applaud you for it. But in this instance, I think that might be a trap. And
Deeply saddened.
Deeply saddened, yeah. While they're arguing, I'll just walk forward and head towards the noise.
Okay.
Yeah, crying, whimpering, rather.
Okay. Yeah, you
How many feet to like the forest line from the road? Or is it
from
like
the road's about 20 feet across. It's a pretty good size. The forest itself goes seemingly infinitely around you.
Well, no, from the edge of the well-traveled road to like the line of trees, or is it like?
Oh, it's
edge
right
of the
there.
road? Okay.
Yeah, the road is where the trees are broken up.
So if I get to the edge of the road, does it sound like whatever sound is 20, 30 feet away, or is it farther?
Yeah, about 20, 30 feet.
Okay, then I'm gonna go to the edge. I'm gonna cast Detect Magic. I want to see if I see anything magic.
Yeah, so you cast Detect Magic. It kind of goes off for a pretty decent range. Nothing magical beats back at you except for items carried by your own party.
So I'm not seeing any little sputtering fairies or anything.
you use one fairy circle on a guy. And
I know, yeah. Fucking next thing we know, we're fighting on a mountainside. And
well, I would suggest we tread carefully. I mean, we don't know what's in the forest, guys.
You said it sounds like a child whimpering, right?
I mean, druids can't talk to trees. I mean, we might not actually have to do what's going on.
I just don't understand why a child would be this far out and dying and crying at that. There's no signs of damage on the road or like carriages or anything from what we can tell. It's just the crying child. And I think it feels like a trap to me.
There are some of those who can find themselves lost in the woods, Arathian.
But for this far out and a child, it would have died the first night. There's no way it would have survived. Not knowing how to make fire.
You don't need to make the sounds anymore. I'm gonna go ahead and take a couple steps in, and just not all the way in, like I can still see the road, but I'm just gonna call out, "Hello, hello,
hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me?
yeah, who's there?"
Can you? I'm stuck. I can't move.
Where are you stuck? Where are you?
I'm in a tree. I don't know how I got here.
You're in a tree?
I'm
The story's
hanging
not
out.
lining up.
I'm hanging from the tree. Please help me. I can't move. I can't move.
Don't do it. Don't you do it. That's spooky. There's some spooky.
How did you what's your name? What's your name?
There's Trace.
Harry.
Harry?
Harry.
Harry.
It's a young boy. Harry.
Okay. Harry, how did you end up in the tree?
My family and I were camping, and then I woke up and I was in a tree. They're gone. I don't know where I am. Help me, please.
Why would they just be? They're too far from the city to be
While
camping.
she's talking to him, I'm going to go towards the voice, cautiously looking up in the trees and see if I can see anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna start searching too. I'm gonna take just a few
What are the rest of you
tentative
guys
steps.
doing? You all staying back at the road, or are y'all coming in as well?
I'm just inside the tree line in the forest, watching from a distance.
I follow behind Sage.
I'm where Freyr is.
I'm gonna pace on the road, just like really wanting to move on at this point, but definitely not wanting to deal with whatever's in the forest.
I'll stay with Freya.
When I was a young boy, my father left me stranded in a forest. Okay, so yeah, as you guys start to move in, the sound of the young boy starts to become more pinpoint to you. You look up into the trees a few feet further, and you do see a young boy suspended in the air with his arms bound, hanging, crying, whimpering. He sees you, and joy comes across his face. Help me, please help me. And you see he's bound by a strong like rope-like substance just wrapped around him.
It looks more than regular rope, is what you're saying.
It looks like some sort of silk.
I cast Detect Good and Evil.
You do see that the young boy seems to be of good heart. You don't detect any.
But this tells me if it's an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, undead, or any desecrated areas within 30 feet of me.
No, nothing.
Oh, I guess it begs the question: How did you come into this predicament?
I woke up and I was hanging from the tree.
Turning towards Sage, and I'm like, well, I guess do we let him down?
I think we have to. We can't leave a child hanging in a tree. So I'm gonna try and can I scale the tree? Can I start like making my way up?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. You can.
I call down to Rain. I'm like, stay there. So do I need to roll anything, or am I up there?
You're able to get up a tree pretty easily.
Okay. Is there a way to either cut the rope or start to untie it, anything along those lines? Can I get him up?
Yeah, as you reach out and try to grab onto where the rope is, your hand becomes like almost stuck to the rope. And you realize it doesn't feel like a traditional rope. It almost feels like some sort of silky web.
Oh, shit!
And as the vibrations of you climbing this tree, you hear a...
That's why Trey turned his camera off.
You hear a combination of scritching mandibles. You look up and you see hundreds of orange eyes blinking at you from higher up into this dark canopy of trees. You hear the scritching of claws going, and then you hear a strangely and terrifyingly familiar hiss of a hissing sound. and you see the underbelly as it climbs down from the canopy of trees, and it starts to suspend itself lower. You see an orange scaled beast climb down with the tail and body almost of that of a serpent, and the gigantic arms, 8-legged creature of that of a spider. And you see a giant spider snake looking down from above you. And let me show you what you're looking at.
This is perfect for Trey.
And get away from me, spider snake.
Ew. Ew.
Oh.
Guys, I'm gonna go ahead and call it for the night. Y'all have a good one.
Rathian and not going what?
Oh.
And so that beast,
Not
the
going
beast is crawling its way down. Not going in those. Starts crawling its way down towards where you are. I need everyone to roll initiative.
Oh, shit.
How we doing on time, by the way? Has anyone got anywhere to go or be good for a battle?
We're good. We probably need to walk the dog. Otherwise, she's going to kill one of us. Do you want me to go ahead and walk her while you get everything set up?
Yeah, that's fine.
Tristan's
What's your initiative?
If you want to, real quick.
Yeah, let's take like
15.
a 10-minute. Let me get everyone's initiative roll, and then we'll take a 10-minute break real quick, and we'll come back.
Sounds good.
Sage, you rolled a 15.
Yeah.
Zinro, what'd you roll?
Rathian.
I got a 17.
Zinro, what did you roll?
I too got a 17.
Who has a higher dexterity score between the two of you?
Probably her.
I have a 17.
No. Higher dexterity. What's your dexterity bonus?
My dexterity is 17.
No, the bonus. Well, it's just, you're good. You're good.
My save is +5.
Okay. No, she's
What's-
higher dexterity than me.
Okay. All right. And Freyr and Rain, what did you get?
8.
13.
Okay, Silex and Kree.
I got a 17, and Kree got a 9.
Okay, what's your dexterity score, Silex?
15.
Okay, and then Kree got 9. Okay, and then Arathian.
So, for the sake of not metagaming, the ones on the road, do you still want our?
Yeah, you're still part of the initiative order.
All right, so 19. Total.
You'd be going first too.
I know. So I'm gonna assume that I don't know what's going on in the woods, and we'll go with that.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's take a quick break. I'm gonna mute my microphone. Oh, what's up?
Do we assume that temporary 5 points that he gave us before is gone?
Yeah, that only lasted 5 minutes. That's why I asked
Gotcha.
how long it was.
Just want to make sure.
Cool. All right. Let's come back here at 6:25-ish. I'm gonna leave everything open. I'm just gonna turn off my video and mute myself.
Are you sitting here by your lonesome tray?
Yeah, and the music's real scary.
Walking around my apartment, I'm like, I don't like it.
like it just like keeps talking to me, and then like doors were slamming, and I was like, what's happening?
You're still in your dream.
I'm like sitting here like I'm not going in those damn woods. Like,
um,
I'm eating the pita, Mandy.
Yeah, I ate some of the hummus earlier.
Yeah,
I ate my Panda Express mainly.
nice. I got baba ganoush left, so I'm happy.
We're making
Just because
spaghetti.
it sounded funny, or
I mean, it sounds funny and it tastes great, so you can't go wrong.
I love the baba ganoush.
I am eating the totally healthy meal of ramen and Pop Tarts because it's the only thing that I have that I don't actually have to cook.
That sounds delicious.
They're not.
We're having
I
spaghetti.
promise.
Also sounds delicious.
I'm here for the Sour Punch kids. They're
I
strong.
I have Doritos, candy, and a White Claw.
The drink of champions.
Super healthy.
Y'all just had to go rescue the little child up in a tree.
You can't leave a child behind.
I can leave anything behind. I was
I mean, it's
fully
like
ready.
Trey's worst nightmare right now. We're saving a child from a spider and a snake. I don't.
Yeah, I'm really not here for it. I'm ready to just.
Nip out. I love your name now, Arathi, and not going in those damn woods. What is that?
What?
I heard weird noises.
Oh, watching a video of people jumping in a pool today. It's a little cold out for that.
Oh, God.
Really?
Well, hello. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hope everyone had a great summer. Hey, Trey, are you looking forward to this fight?
I'm thinking that this road looks nice, and
He's gonna leave us all behind.
yeah, I'm not really not having a good time. I know
Looking
you
for
guys
new
tried.
adventuring party.
He's going to
Going
find
back to the
himself back in a new
sanctuary.
tavern.
Baratheon, they're currently unemployed. Gotta go.
Are we ready? Is everyone prepared?
Let's do this.
Awesome. Great news. Arathian, you're up first.
All
The
right.
this spider snake. Actually, you don't see any of this shit going on. You just see
Right.
all of your party go in there, and you heard some conversation going back and forth between the child that was in the tree and your party, and now it is eerily quiet.
So I'm going to stand where I'm at, or continue pacing even. And if you'll allow me, I would like to ready a shatter in case anything comes to me, and I will spend the rest of my time like waiting until there's confirmation I need to go inside.
Okay. Yeah. So you kind of hold your action for a shatter spell.
Right. I doubt that this snake thing is going to come for me specifically, but I will be prepared in case it does.
Okay. Awesome. So he's doing that. Next up is the snake. So the spider snake, which is its real name, which is awesome. Actually, it's the giant spider snake. Continues its way down, getting lower and lower until it's on the same level as the rest of you, with the exception of Sage, who is up in the tree, who he seemed to not view as much of a threat as it made its way down to the floor. As it stands tall, it's hunched back on the back part of its kind of giant python hide, and holding itself up by its 8 legs.
Can you put the picture back up?
Sure, no problem.
I don't need it. You could just keep it. Thanks.
There you go. So as it holds itself up with its 8 legs, it rears back. It opens up its mouth to let out a hiss, and instead of just one of the typical spider, essentially the mandibles, you actually see 4 sets of large venomous teeth open up, and it's going to make an attack. I'm going to kill the screen share now so I can look at some other stats. And it's going to first attack. In this case, it'll be Cree is going to be the closest, according to where I put everybody. I don't have a map made for this yet, because I wasn't entirely expecting us to make it all the way out here, so I didn't have a map ready. But I do have an idea of where everyone is. I assume everyone's kind of surrounding where Sage went up into this, I guess, the tree where the kid was.
I'd be right next to the child as soon as I underneath him. If it's a child.
I am just in the woods off the road, so I'm kind of a
I'm
little
next
ways
to the
back.
tree looking up at it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ray's next to the tree looking up at it.
So I was right behind Sage.
Sage is there. Vitra and what's your name, Adam?
Silex.
Silex. Yeah, I think they're with me, like right inside the.
Well, if Kree's by the tree, I would have been with Kree, so I'll be next to Kree.
Okay.
So it searches around, kind of verifying where the threat is, and it hones in on Kree and the shining black armor, and it's going to make an attack. 14. No. So it goes and it lunges, and with surprising speed and velocity, it strikes at you, and all 4 of these teeth come clamping down, just to your side as you're able to dodge out of the way. It kind of rears back again and takes a second attack, this time towards. I'm just gonna roll for it so I don't have to choose. This time, Arathian's not there. Never mind. This time for Sage up in the tree. He's going to look back up and see you messing with his dinner, and he's going to use the other half of his movement to climb back up the tree and take a strike at you. 14 again. What does? So as it does wrap its teeth around you, it does 11 points of damage with the bite as it clamps down, and you feel the pierce of 3 of the 4 teeth into your body. But shortly after it removes its clinch from you. Is this music loud? I feel like it's super loud. Right after it clenches down on you and releases, you feel a lingering pain. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Okay, so you're able to save, so you only take 9 points of venom or poison damage from the venom in its teeth. So a total of 20 points of damage.
I'm not doing well, guys.
And that's the end of its turn. Next up is Vitra. It's Silex, you're on deck.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm gonna do a flurry of blows against the guy. Oh my god. The first one, 21.
Now, before you do that, you realize it's back up in the tree now attacking Sage. So you're going to have to run up the tree to do a melee attack.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, you're a monk. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
just
run up
letting
the
you know.
tree. So the first one was 21, 20, and 23.
All three hit.
Great. And then 18 points of damage.
Oof. Okay. Yeah, so you punch the shit out of this hide. When you're punching, you can feel like your fists are just bearing into this, to the scales of the beast. It does kind of rear back in a sharp pain as you punch it with these flurry of blows. Silex, you're up. And then
So
Zinro,
I'm on the ground
you're up
by the
after.
tree. So I'm on the ground by the tree.
Yeah.
So I have a good shot at it. Okay, I'm gonna materialize my glove, my gauntlet. So you see all the spikes and clawed fingers come out, and I kind of just point at it, and I cast. It's my lightning launcher for my armor.
Right.
Now it's a ranged attack.
Okay, go ahead and roll to hit.
17.
Yep, that hits.
Ten points of lightning damage.
Okay, yeah, so you're able to hit it, and it deals 10 points of damage.
And then I'll back up about 20 feet.
All right, Zinro, what you doing?
I will pull out my shield and have my mace at the ready. I'll point my mace towards Sage and say a few words in praise of Soul and heal her with Cure Wounds.
Okay. And Sage, you're also up next, by the way. Just a heads up. All right, what else you doing?
That's basically gonna be my turn, but I do heal her for 8 points of HP.
Who's next? Sorry, Shane.
Sage. Sage, you're up, and then Rain.
And I'm just gonna basically say, you might want to get down from there.
I'm gonna shout, I'm stuck, because I am. My hand's still stuck. I'm going to cast...
You're not stuck. You're not stuck. I was just letting you know that it was sticky. You're not, like, bound to it.
Stuck. Oh, okay. I thought I was stuck, so I thought I was gonna have to...
I was just letting you know it wasn't a real... Like, it wasn't rope. It was sticky like a web.
Okay. So we're up in the tree, right? And it's, like, on me? Okay. I am going to go ahead and cast Moonbeam on it.
Bring the light of Luna down upon it.
Yes, it needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
What's the total radius of this? Because I know
It's
that
5 feet.
your monk range. Okay, so
Yeah.
your monk is going to be within that range. Are you okay with that?
No. Hold on. I forgot.
I mean, she could probably dodge out of it. You know.
Would you?
I'll try to dodge.
All right, let's go for it. I'm gonna rain Moonbeam Hellfire down.
Okay, what's the save?
It just says it needs to make a Constitution saving. Oh, I guess that's me, right? Hold on. 13.
It fails.
Okay. That
Roll
is
damage.
Do I need to save a? Do I need to do a Constitution?
Mm-hmm.
19.
Yeah, you pass.
That's gonna be 14 points of damage.
Okay, so as you bring down this moonbeam, it sears at the pain of the radiant energy. Your monk is able to kind of hunker down and take, and she only takes half damage. However, the young boy Harry is completely incinerated by the radiant energy.
This is such a waste.
All right, Spider Snake. We'll just see you later.
All right, so I'm just gonna bounce. I'm gonna get out of here. Have fun.
So the whole point of this activity is now gone. Due to the person who initiated.
Is he completely gone?
He was literally, he had 1 HP. He was literally, and he was bound, so he couldn't do anything. He was disintegrated in front of your eyes.
I thought it was on the other side.
You were literally just touching it. Like, I mean, he was within arm's reach of you. We just had a conversation of you touching it, and you haven't moved.
I know. Sorry.
Well, that went great.
The good news is Harry isn't bound anymore.
Harry isn't anymore.
He is not. There's no more Harry.
Freaking hippies.
Failing
So the first person that you kill as Rain is I'm just kidding. I'm not burying this in. Okay, so Sage, that was your turn. Are you moving? Are you going to try to move, or are you staying there?
I'm horrified. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, so you're kind of stuck in shock. Rain, you're up next. You just watched your sister, your older sister, your mentor, Moonbeam in, hurting the spider snake as well, but also killing young Harry.
Yeah,
Killed a kid.
I'm in shock as well, and I'm just like, I stand there and just like my mouth dropped.
She did that. Your sister did that.
You're not.
Murder.
So, quick, the body's completely gone, right? You said?
Yeah, it's gone.
Fuck. All right, cool.
We don't have to bury him now, so it's all good.
You know, I mean, it was melted around. It was melted away by radiant energy. It's just gone.
Who's gonna tell his possibly dead family?
I think the spider ate the family.
Probably. Is the spider snake still in the tree?
It's literally, yeah, it's right there next to Sage. It just bit her.
So I don't want to be rude, but snakes do eat their things whole. They might have just heard Harry die inside the snake.
Okay, I'm gonna do.
That's a great way of putting it. That's a great way of putting it.
I'm gonna do ice knife at the snake.
Ooh.
I snipe, you snipe, we all snipe. You know what I'm saying? Okay, go ahead. What's the hit?
Go for you, too. Go for you.
Okay, let me roll and see if I hit it. I'm gonna go now. Can't light me again. 20.
20? Yeah, that hits for sure. What's the damage? What's the damage? What owe you?
1d10 piercing damage. Oh no!
What? Everyone around has to. Oh yeah. Get ready, Sage.
Okay, get ready. Dexterity saving throw.
Just seeing you.
What the hell's this ice knife?
Yeah, it says on a hit, the target takes 1d10 piercing damage. Hit or miss, the shard then explodes. The target and each creature within 5 feet of the point where the ice exploded must succeed on Dex saving throw or take 2d6 full
Okay,
damage.
it's okay. You guys are getting used to, the elements of combat, right? It's your first fight.
Together.
D10. Yeah.
Okay, so it hits. It's gonna roll a dexterity save.
So me and Sage.
It fails. Yeah, I need
Okay.
Deetra and Sage to both make dexterity saves.
Okay, so I rolled a d10 and it's 8. And then I have to roll 2d6. So hold on.
What's the DC for the save?
13.
15. All right, Vitra, what you roll?
A 20.
And then Sage.
12.
Oh no!
So she's gonna take this. Go ahead and hit damage for that.
2d6, 6.
So a total of 8 points of the original shot of damage, and
Right,
then an
that just
additional
goes to
6
the
points of
snake.
cold damage.
Yes.
Right, and then an additional 6 points of cold damage. I'm just keeping track for me.
Okay, yeah.
Do I take half of that?
You don't take any of it. It doesn't hit you. You dodge out of the way. Okay.
You were
Cool.
just the cold damage. You don't take the 8 points, but 8 points just goes to the snake.
Vitra doesn't take any of it. She dodged.
Yeah.
Perfect. So, Rain, you shoot this ice knife, and it pierces into the side of this spider snake. It screeches in pain as it explodes, and the cold, frosting air around you actually injures your own sister as she winces in pain as well. Looking a bit hurt.
Perfect.
A bit worse for the wear.
Looking a bit hurt, the spider snake, in a panic, is kind of looking around. It's not its turn yet, but you guys do hear a few additional louder and louder as you see two much smaller versions of what is in front of you, as it looks like two smaller little baby spider snakes appear about 1/5 of the size. So these are about the same size as you guys, not quite as large, and they're coming in from both angles, deeper from the forest, so not towards the road, but from the other way. And they make it to you guys, and the first one is going to attack over on the other side where Silex is. I rolled a natural 20.
Well, that hits.
Yep. Let's see. Oh, it rolled 2 1s on its d6s. So it did 4 points of damage, even with it doubled. And then it's going to roll. I need you to make a Constitution save, Silas.
20 overall, my natural.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're only going to take half damage of. 6. So only 3 points of damage. So a total of 7 points of damage. 4 from the piercing bite, and then 3 from the poison. The second one is going to go and try to attack. It's going to try to attack Zinro. As it goes to bite down, it misses. It's not quite quick enough to get to you. You see it coming. So it tries to chomp down, and you're able to move out of the way. Not nearly as intimidated by these as you were from its assuming parent in front of you. Next up is Kree, and then Freyr.
Okay, so I hit the one that's the little baby that's attacking Sai. And where's my plus?
Right here, longsword. Plus.
20 not natural.
It hits.
Alright. And so 9 on the first hit, then I'm gonna make a second swipe.
Okay.
19 on the second to hit,
Both
and
those hit.
8 on that hit for
Okay.
the attack. That's
So
it.
total is 17 points of damage.
Yep.
Okay, so that one winces in pain as you slice it, and it's looking real worse for the wear. And next up is. Are you doing anything else, Kree, or is that your whole turn?
I'm pretty good for there. I'm just gonna stay right next to him.
Cool. Yeah, you did a lot of damage to him. So, Freyr, you're up next, and then back up to Arathian, who, to this point, has only heard this screeching sound of a few different beings, and then seen a giant moonbeam come down from the sky.
All right, so I'm going to cast Scorching Ray, and on 2 of the 3 ray beams, I'm going to use the 2 numbers I get after a long rest because I'm in the School of Divination. So I'm going to use I got a 20 and a 16. I'm going to use the 20 on the Big Mama Spider Snake,
Okay.
and that's a 2d6. So that's 7 points of damage for her.
Okay.
Then I'm going to use a 16 on the baby spider snake.
That hits.
Yep. That's 6 points of damage for the baby.
Which one did you hit? So there's one attacking Silex and one attacking Zinro. Well, attempted to attack Zinro.
The one that Kree just hit, that's the one I want to do. 6 points
so
damage.
as you shoot the scorching ray into the mama, it seems like it really did not like that. It screeches again. You hear that gross like as it's like getting intentionally like more and more so aggravated. And by the way, Sage is seeing every single time this thing gets hit, its mouth opens up and you get the stench of the poisonous inside that this monster is, since you're still right there in its mouth, essentially. Your second, was it Scorching Ray? Is that what you did?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the second flaming ball of energy hits the baby, and with that additional 6 points of damage, that spiderling snake disgusting creature falls back on its back, and you see the snake legs kind of curl in, and that one lay dead.
That's what you
There's
get.
only one additional baby spider and then mama spider.
Okay, so my last one, I'm going to roll for the attack on the additional baby.
Yeah, go for it.
That's a 17 to hit.
That hits.
And 7 points of damage.
Okay, yeah, so that one takes 7 points of damage. Are you moving or doing anything else on your turn, or was you just trying to fuck shit up with the flames?
I'm just fucking shit up.
Cool. All right, so yeah, you did lots of damage there. Arathian, you're up.
So upon hearing this nonsense that's going on in the woods, I will run in heroically at first. By the time that I see what's happening, about what distance do you think I would be?
I mean,
on it,
30
so
feet.
On
These are very obvious creatures once they got down to your level. I mean, one is about 15 feet tall. I mean, it's literally hanging off the branches of the tree with its snake-like tail reaching all the way down to the bottom.
I hate it. I hate it a lot. So as soon as I see it, I will stay at my distance of 30 feet, and I will cast Bardic Inspiration on Sage and hope for the best.
Okay, so you get in there, you cast Bardic Inspiration. Any particular way that you like to do Bardic Inspiration, by the way? Do you strum your guitar or your lute?
No, I think I whisper it from a distance, and I don't really bring any attention to myself.
You're just kind of like,
I definitely will play it on the lute. So,
kind of like you in the interrogation room, you inspired. Okay, so Arathian inspires Sage. Next up is the snake. It's going to, after being attacked by fire, being punched, moonbeamed in, it's going to be very upset. It's going to turn, and it's going to see a few of you that are all... how are y'all standing at this point? I know Sai and Kree are next to each other. Freyr was kind of off to the side shooting fire. Zinro's kind of off on his own. Arathian just kind of got to the party. Sage is up in the tree. Vitra's kind of at the base of the tree, or like up in the tree next to it, right?
Yeah, because I had to climb up and punch it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's going to look over, and it's going to see Sai and Kree. And for its first attack, it's going to essentially gnarl back, reach its head back, and you see venom spit from its mouth. I need you guys to make Constitution saving throws.
You know, I forgot to ask last turn, but with the nightmare that happened the last night, have we gotten a long rest yet?
14 and 13.
I'd say eventually you would have fallen asleep. After that, you would have gotten your rest after that nightmare.
Dope. Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You said a 14 and a 13? Silex?
Oh, okay. No. 15 and 14.
14 for me and 15 for Kree.
Okay. So the 14 is going to take full damage. The 15 is the DC, so it'll take half damage. So it rears back and spits poison, and it hits you for 17 points of damage, as the poison is essentially slapped all over after you guys just essentially murdered its baby. And you notice that a lot of your clothing and a lot of the different pieces of armor that you had that were leather bound start to melt and wilt. However, the dragon scale that Kree is wearing is as resilient as ever. So Kree, you actually are going to take half damage, even if you were the one that rolled the 14. I don't know who did what. So
I did the.
So she would
So
take
do I
half
take
and half.
quarter?
yeah, you take a quarter damage then.
So
Okay.
9, so you take 5.
So that was its first attack. It reared back and spit venom at you. Its second attack is going to once again take a bite towards Sage. 22. So it goes to bite, and it does 9 points of piercing damage as it pierces into you with its fangs. And this time it's actually going to attempt to wrap you up. So it's
out, so I don't need to be making any. I'm out.
You're out. Okay, so it's going to wrap you up in its web. And so after it bites you, it's going to start wrapping you up in this silk, this sticky silk. So it's holding itself up with 2 of its legs. The other 2 are kind of stabilizing, and the middle 4 legs are currently wrapping in this silky material. Next up, Vitra.
Okay, I'm gonna do another flurry of blows.
Flurry of blues.
So 19 for the first, 8 for the second, and 20 for the third.
Okay, 2 of the 3 hit.
13 points of damage.
Okay, in total?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you punch the shit out of it. It doesn't seem as phased this time, as it's focused really hard on wrapping up Sage. Are you doing anything else with your turn, or are you staying there ready to hit it again?
I am gonna get out of the tree.
Okay. Okay, so as you start to move around, its tail's going to take an attack of opportunity and try to whip at you.
I thought he was so distracted by wrapping up her.
You're exactly right. It was very distracted by wrapping her up, and the tail completely misses you as you start to swipe away.
Great.
It rolled a 4. I mean, come on. So yeah, you're able to get away, no problem. Silex, you're up, and then Zinro, you're after.
Okay. So the snake is still up in the tree, correct?
Yeah, it's up in the tree still. Pretty much focused on its next meal.
Okay. I'm going to do. I'm going to pull out my little sidearm and do magic missile.
Get it.
Uh, 13 points of magic damage. As 3
Gotcha.
laser beams just.
Yeah, like a fucking stormtrooper, except actually hitting. He goes pew pew pew,
Exactly.
and 13 points of damage to it. At this point, Mama Snake is looking real hurt. Next up is Zinro, and then Sage. We'll make your saving throw.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and can I see Sage from where I'm at?
Yeah, from what's left of her at the moment, she's starting to, as each turn goes by, additional points of silky web are being spun around her.
Well, this is gonna be weird because you're gonna
Kind of like the
experience every
Frodo scene. Kind of like the Frodo scene. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Anyway, it's gonna be really weird because you're gonna experience every moment of this. I'm gonna go ahead and look up towards the sun and bring my hand down and use the sun's rays to heal you. I'm gonna channel divinity, and I'm gonna heal you for 15 HP.
Damn.
Is that what's the total amount you have?
24.
Okay, you get 12. I can only take you to half. I can't take you above half when I do channel divinity.
Okay.
And I guess while I'm doing this, Vitra, have you been hurt at all during this?
Oh only by her friends.
Well, I would say, as Vitra, also known as Mandy, have you been hurt at all?
Say one more time.
Have you taken any damage?
Yeah, I've taken a little bit, but I'm not that terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll give you 3 because I have those 3 to spare. And then I'm going to try to, curmudgeonly make my way up to the tree in some form or fashion, but I have nothing else I can really do. I'm going to end my turn there.
Cool. Okay, so Sage, now that you're back up, you're currently bound and being spun up into this web by this terrifying spider snake creature. What would you like to do?
I didn't have anything prepared because I thought I was out. Give me a second.
To be fair, there's still not much. To be fair, there's still not much you can do from this position, but you can try to break free.
Yeah, I guess that's really all I can do. So I'll try and wiggle my way out, or maybe get to my knife so I can start cutting stuff up.
Your hands are bound. You can't move. I mean, her web is strong. You can try, essentially, to do a strength check at disadvantage to break free.
A lot of wiggling, and my strength is not good.
Rain, you're going to be up next, by the way.
13.
Not quite. The web is really strong. Being from a beast of this nature, it's a really strong web. So you try to wiggle out, and you feel some of it start to move and break and give a little bit. But as you're doing this and wiggling, she's also still spinning you up. So it's getting more tighter and more restricted. Rain, you're up. You're also muted. Oh, there you go.
Okay, so I'm at the base of the tree. I'm gonna grab it, and I'm gonna dagger the spider.
Okay.
Stabby stab.
Give it a little poke. Let go of my sister.
Exactly. And we're not gonna do a whole lot. 6 does not do anything.
No.
So never mind.
6 to hit?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Wait, I was supposed to say I have to roll to hit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, was that just damage?
No. I can re-roll.
That was to hit.
No. Okay, yeah, no, you're good. Yeah. So yeah, you try to hit it, but with tears in your eyes of your sister being spun up by a giant spider snake on essentially your second day of journey, you're just too distraught. You miss your attack. Anything else you want to do as far as move, or are you staying there?
Can I climb higher up in the tree?
Yeah, you can, if you'd like to.
Okay. I want
So
to
as you
climb higher
start
up the
to-
tree so I can
as you
kind of look
start
down
to-
on my thing.
As you climb up there, the snake's going to take a attack of opportunity at you as you get out of its melee range. It's going to be a 14 to hit.
Does not hit.
Yeah, so it misses. Next up is going to be the baby spider, the one remaining. So it's going to take another strike again at Zinro. Natural 20, I think, is going to hit. So he's going to hopefully not roll 2 1s again. That's better. So 7, 14 plus 4. So it'll be 18 points of damage with the pierce, as it was doubled up on the critical hit.
Jesus.
That damage was stifling.
And it's going to do that, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Why even bother? 7.
So you're going to take the full damage of the poison, which is 5 additional points of poison damage.
I'm
From
gonna
this
go ahead and
little
take a
bugger.
nap. You guys have fun.
And as you fall down, this one also starts to spin you into a much smaller, less restrained web.
Okay, yeah.
Next up is Kree, and then Freyr. You're on deck.
Okay. How far away is the mama snake spider from me?
From you, maybe 15 feet. Not super far. None of this has really been that spread out, except for Arathian. That's the only one that was kind of far away.
Okay, so I could fly up to it easily.
Oh yeah.
Then I'll just line up and do 2 hits, hopefully. Okay, I'm assuming 11 does not hit. Okay,
Just
so
missed.
And then 17.
That hits.
Okay. And then 8.
Surge.
Okay, what's an action surge?
You do an extra 2 attacks.
Oh, I can do an action.
If you do an action surge.
Okay. So then I guess we'll do an action. Well, okay. So a whopping 3 on that hit, and then I'll do an action surge.
Okay, that gets you 2 more attacks, I believe. If you already have 2 attacks, I think.
So 19. Okay, well that was a nat 19, so that definitely hit.
Is that crit for you at level 3?
Is that?
No. Not the champion.
Another whopping 3 on that hit, and then hold on, one more, and I missed that one. So a total of 6 hit points.
It took you 4. So you're getting used to flying with this new armor. You're used to just having like leather armor on. So the wings don't really cooperate with you the same way. You hit 1, but it's not really full of that typical Kree power. You miss again. You hit on the 4th try, and again, just not really a ton of oomph behind the hits, but it does hurt it for 6 damage. Next up, I believe, is Freyr.
I'm going to cast Magic Missile.
And then Arathian, you're on deck.
I'm going to shoot 2 of them at Mama and 1 at Baby.
Baby. All right, go ahead. What's the damage?
7 points of damage to Mama total. And 2 points of damage to Baby.
Okay, so that's I believe that's the first time this one's been hit, the Baby. So it's a little hurt. Mama's looking, bloodied to say the least. Arathian, you're up.
Fuck up that wee little baby.
So I'm gonna look at the mom, and I'm gonna point. I'm gonna say, I never knew a snake could be so lonely it had to sleep with a spider. I'm gonna cast vicious mockery at it, and it has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Does a 17 pass?
Sure does. It takes no damage.
It's like, I'll have you know that they were actually both super successful and they loved each other very much.
It's like, I don't understand what you're saying.
My dad owns a dealer. My dad could kick the shit out of your dad. You know?
It's probably true. I'm gonna cry.
Okay, yeah, your vicious mockery backfires and you start crying. All right, is there anything else that you'd like to do than try to make a snake feel bad?
That's all I've got.
Okay.
For right now. We'll try again next time.
It is Mama Snake's turn. So it's going to, in a panic since it's so hurt at the moment, it's going to take an additional attack at its meal in front of it. Just out of frustration, and it's going to be a 14 to hit. Oh, it's an advantage because you're bound. 18 to hit. Sage. Two 1s and a 5. So 7 plus 4, 11 points of damage from the bite, and then make a Constitution save for me as the poison starts to seep into your bloodstream.
5.
Ouchie. Okay, so it does.
Oh, don't forget your bardic inspiration. You can add a D4 to every roll.
Oh,
yeah, add that to the 5.
great.
Go for that
so it does an
9.
additional. It does an additional 9 points of poison damage as it sinks in and you're paralyzed.
Brought you back to life just so you could die, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gone.
And then it's going to take its movement after it has you kind of wrapped up, it's going to carry you and try to climb higher up into the tree as it's hurt. So it's going to get another 10, 15 feet higher up in the tree. So I believe Vitra and Rain would have attack of opportunities here.
Do I get an attack as well?
Because she's flying.
Because I'm flying.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. You all three would have attack of opportunities as it tries to slither away or skitter away. I don't know.
So I had climbed down the tree, so I don't think that I would have.
Okay. That's right.
Yeah.
Then it would still be between Rain and Cree. You get to try to take a swipe at this thing.
All right. Well, I got 20.
A 20 is going to hit. Both of those hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
I think that's the wrong thing.
That one.
Yeah.
With a thing.
For what? What attack?
I over here.
It depends on like what you're attacking.
It's melee, right?
10 points of damage.
Dagger? What does it say? Okay. Your 1d4 is the triangle.
Yeah, no. I should find one. What's that?
That's 2, so it's 5.
Okay, I got 5 points.
Are you sure you want to?
It's 5.
Okay. So 15 total damage as you guys slice and cut into this monster as it tries to climb up. It dies. So the blades cut into it, and at this point, you strike a nerve within the being, and its legs quit working. It falls down, plummets back to the earth below, leaving a thunderous boom across the floor as it hits the ground. You guys feel a surge of air, all except for Zenro. Feel a surge of air brush across you, and the spider in its rigor mortis actually wraps its legs up like the smaller one did, kind of holding and trapping Sage inside like a cage. And it would be Vitra's turn. There's still a small baby currently wrapping up Zinro, and then Mama has in her dead grasp has Sage inside of a cage of her own legs, essentially.
I think that I could possibly be more useful in hurting the baby, so I'm going to go towards the baby.
I mean, you guys already did kill a small kid, so.
That was Sage. I'm going to go to the baby, and I'm going to hit it.
Maybe we should free Sage. She does have experience in this.
23 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
A whopping 4 points of damage.
Okay, I mean it hits, but not for much. So it takes a little bit, but it's still very focused on wrapping up Zinro on the web. Silex, and then Silex.
Is it me, Silex?
Yes.
I'm just going to do my lightning launcher from here at the baby.
Yeah, go ahead.
That was a natural one, so no.
Go ahead and roll damage.
To me?
Go ahead and roll damage on the lightning.
Okay.
I'm not near you now.
4.
4. So Zinro, who's currently being wrapped up, you miss, but the electrical surge actually hits Zinro on the ground. Zinro is going to go ahead and take an additional point of damage and fail 1 death save.
My bad. My bad.
Zinro, it is your turn, so you can go ahead and try to redeem yourself here.
I gotta make a death save, so 13 is good.
There you go. So 1 save, 1 fail. Rain, you're up. Or sorry, Sage, you're up.
Let's see if I make it.
And then Rain, you're up after.
All right, I got a 19 for the first one.
Awesome. So yeah, you have one save as well. Rain, you're up. What you doing?
Okay, so the spider's right below on the ground and from the tree, right?
This is the baby spider.
No, the baby spider's over by Zinro, Is it
The big small spider.
big
Yeah.
spider? Big spider's down right below the tree. Yeah, but it's dead.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to go down the tree to the big spider. I'm going to do druidcraft and do like a gust of wind and try and open up the legs.
They are bound shut. They're like tight. They're like rock.
That's probably not gonna work.
Wow, that was my move.
Okay, is there anything else you can do here?
I don't. Can I don't know about the action.
Yeah, doing druidcraft would be an action.
I mean, action, right? So I can't really do a whole lot. Or can I?
Nope. So if that's your turn, you try and it just doesn't. The legs don't seem to budge. Okay, so it's the baby spider again. It's still wrapping up Zinro, but it's gonna look over and see its mother was just slain, and it's gonna spew acid over at you, Rain, who's currently by the corpse of the mama spider. Okay. What's the damage on that? 24 to hit on the venom. Actually, no, it's not even a hit. You just have to make a Constitution saving throw. So I rolled for nothing. Constitution save for Rain.
Oh, for me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're by the body of its mom, and it sees that it's dead, and now it wants to spew venom at you.
Oh. Okay. 13.
DC is 13, so you just save, and so it only does half damage here. 10, 16. So it did 16, so you only do 8 points of poison damage. It actually rolled super high, so good thing you saved. So you only do 8 points of poison damage to you, Rain.
Okay.
Okay. And then this one doesn't get a second attack. It's not cool like the mom. So Kree, you're up, and then Freyr. Kree.
Okay. I'll try to attack the baby.
Mm-hmm. Soren's like, whoa, chill.
16.
What is it?
16 to hit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that hits.
All right, so 5, 6, 7 points of damage for that one.
Okay.
Then, okay, yeah, that's a definite hit. And another 10 points of damage.
Yeah, how do you want to kill it? how do you want to murder this?
Yeah, I want to take my sword that I guess is trying to wrap Zenro and shove it up its mouth and straight into its brain.
Hell yeah. So yeah, you're able to just rip this thing open from kind of the mouth back, and it keels over, kind of split from the middle, completely out like that. So you guys are now out of the combat initiative. There's a few bodies laying across the floor of both spiders. There's not a body for Harry as he's gone. And then there is the mama spider clenched up, kind of like curled in, and Sage is still wrapped up unconscious underneath. So I'll need Zenro and Sage to both make death saves for me.
So I would like to run up to Zenro and cast a Cure Wounds, depending on how the save goes.
Well, a 15.
Okay,
Perfect.
so yeah, you're good.
So I'll run up. I'll heal him for 12 points of damage. And then in a show of gratitude, I will run to the dusty remains of Harry and pretend to be doing the same thing.
You won't know. You didn't know that happened. You weren't there yet.
Oh, I'm cool for it. That's all I got.
Sage, what was your roll? You're muted.
10.
10. Okay, so yeah, just past that second one. Okay, so Zenro, you're back up. Sage is still wrapped up in the cocoon. Rain, you notice that your sister is still lying there motionless. Doesn't look like she's doing super hot.
We're not in initiative order anymore, right?
Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Healing Word on her.
Okay. For how much?
It says 1d4 plus spellcasting modifier. So.
Right. So roll that d4 and add your modifier to whatever your spellcasting ability is.
Can I slowly start kind of chopping at the arms to try to get her free?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can definitely do that. Go ahead and roll an attack for that, actually.
Oh, fuck. Sorry in advance.
Oh, is that?
You're alive, cut.
A whopping 17.
Okay, so yeah, you're able to smack it, like you're able to hit it with pretty good precision right there at one of the kind of knee joints or ankle joints, whatever you want to call it. Go ahead and roll damage to see how hard you hit it.
9.
9. So yeah, you actually cut right through that that at least one of the legs. So you guys are able to kind of see what's going on a little bit better now. You can kind of reach in there and grab her, but she's still kind of stuck in current situation.
Okay, I rolled 9.
9. So she's up now. She's alive. She's breathing. However, she is currently not only bound by the web, but also held in cage by the legs of the spider.
Okay, so let me attack the leg.
I'm gonna start trying to wiggle too, try and get out.
Oh, nat 20.
Oh yeah, you fucked that leg up. So you don't even have to roll damage on the second leg, as you just cut right through it with ease. So now there's 2 legs completely cut off, and you guys are able to really see Sage inside. You think probably with one more leg cut, you can probably pull her out. But Sage, as you're laying there, essentially on a bed of spider snake, you do feel a little bit of heat on your back from the poison acid pulling behind you. You feel a sense of urgency come across you that you realize you're laying on a bed of poison, essentially.
I wiggle faster to get the fuck out.
All right, make a strength saving throw. And then if you guys are still trying to cut legs, do whatever you got to do.
I'm gonna do a spear.
17.
Oh yeah, so you're able to break out of the web. So now you're free. So you can help try to assist in kicking open the cage of legs around you.
Okay. You want me to roll another strength or no?
No. Whoever's trying to hit will just get advantage because you're assisting.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my spear and try and pry it open.
Stab her? Oh,
No.
pry it open.
Pry open.
Yeah, stab her.
Stab her.
Hey, you never know. Y'all have made some decisions today, you know.
Now they're 20.
There's like 35 innocents that are dead, you know, in the wake of this crew.
Okay,
Natural 20 on prying? Yeah. Okay, so she's not going to need to help you. You're able to pry the legs open. Seeing your sister in distress, you're able to lift a car off that baby. You guys are able to pull her out, but she's still kind of covered in this web goo. But yeah, other than that, you're free. You're kind of open and able to kind of get about.
I cast grease to help get her out.
No, she's out now. You're good. You're good. But you do look around. You see the dead carcasses of 3 of these spider snake beasts.
I want to start harvesting scales and eyes, please, and teeth.
Okay.
I'm gonna go sit off to the side and just I'm not okay. I killed a child.
I'm not okay.
Yeah.
Hey, this is where you come in.
Let's stay within 30 feet of me because I'm going to do a prayer of healing while he's looting everything.
Okay.
Which heals us all for
to the point where I feel that healing coming from you, and I'm I do not deserve it. You need to go give it to somebody else. I'm rejecting your help and walking away.
Okay, well, if you get out of it, you get out of it.
Yeah.
Anybody who's hurt, I don't think so many people are hurt. Maybe just me. Prayer of healing is 17 HP if you got hurt at all.
Yeah.
Sage is well, I mean, maybe just a touch.
No, I mean, I just know, it would be, not okay. Not okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to where the little boy was, burned, and I sit there and do a prayer for him.
Okay.
And my sister.
I don't
He's
want
over
to
here
say I
laughing.
told you so, but
She's like, I'm not trying to kill you. I told you so.
So Rain,
Right.
when you're standing over where the boy's body was, you feel a soft like drip on the nape of your neck, and it forces your eyes up, and you look farther up in the tree, and you see kind of where, like you have to kind of squint to see, but it looks like maybe there's some sort of nest or something up above where you think that's where the spider was, where it came from, and you see like a dripping liquid on the back of your neck from up there, and it looks kind of like a red, like metallic.
Kind of like blood.
you remember
You can
when
try.
I
You can
said
taste it and see.
they heard the murder?
I don't know if I really want to taste it.
You can,
What if I just kind of move around?
it
my
seems a little more
fingers?
thin. It seems a little more thin than blood. I'll say that.
It's not poison, is it?
It can't be blood. There's no way. No.
I don't know what this is.
You gonna say that out loud?
Yes, I'm saying it out loud.
All right, I'll go look. I would like to
Okay,
climb up
go
the tree
look.
and go look. I'm very excited.
As you get up there, there's 200 more baby spiders. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
And I die.
No,
Heart attack.
Rathian, as you get to the top, you actually see up here the canopy is a little less open, so you have a little more open, so you have a little bit more like natural sunlight at this point. And as you get to the top of the nest, you see a collection of different things. And if you want to rummage through, I can give you kind of like the idea of what you get out of
It's
it.
like dead things.
No.
Okay,
Like
so I'll go
like
through
things.
it. Yeah.
Like
Cool.
things.
All right, yeah. I was like, am I just rummaging through dead bodies? Is that what you're telling me?
No, you see a carafe, kind of like a closed off like jug of elderberry wine, which is what was dripping on the back of your neck. You find about 600 gold pieces, two large sapphires, and one smaller piece of diamond.
A quick appraisal of the diamond. Is this like revival level diamond, or is this like
Not quite that big.
awesome? I'm just gonna kind of like cut it down. A little sad that it's not a family to mourn the loss of their child, and then just let everyone else go at it.
Sad
Okay.
there wasn't a family here to realize we killed their child.
I just love to rub things in, and it would have been a wonderful moment.
So yeah, you guys were able to collect what's left of the treasure that Arathian didn't take, or if he spreads it, shares it with everybody. But yeah,
I just
you
know
guys.
specifically one person needs a lot of gold, and I'm not in need, so y'all can have it.
I'll
Okay.
take a little bit of it.
Okay, yes, you guys are able to finish out the rest of your day, and we'll say that the rest of the day goes smoothly, no issues.
Can I harvest the snake?
Yeah, you were able to get like scales and teeth and all kinds of gross shit. But yeah, we'll go ahead and call it there for the game. But yeah, you guys were able to make it the rest. We're gonna say you made it all the way to like camping the next night. So you guys are gonna go ahead and do a long rest, apply it to all your stat sheets, get your spells back and everything.
The night before
And-
we camp, I'll talk to I'll have to take the sage, but we can do that next time.
Yeah, I mean you can do it now if you want. I don't care. I mean, I was gonna start the next session with us waking up ready to go. So if you wanted to do anything like that.
Well, I guess, yeah, real quick, I would just come over to her, knowing that she left earlier when I was trying to give her healing, and kind of sit next to her. And I assume you and Rain were next to each other? Sage, Rain, sit next to each other?
Yeah.
Just sit next and kind of take a moment to look towards the fire and I must apologize for what I said earlier when we first met. I think we got off on the wrong foot in the essence of what light is, whether it's souls or lunas. But I'm just glad that anybody who experiences the light, in no matter what form, does so. I'm not sure if you're very familiar with the texts as old as they are in regards to Luna or Soul, but Luna was stronger than Soul was when he first came to power. That's what's very interesting about a lot of people is they don't know that. He's only as strong because she was his first ally. And what made Soul greater than her today, if I may say, no offense to the given parties, was, and I'm going to look towards Sage, is his ability to control the light. I'm sure you probably felt bad about what happened with that child. We all make mistakes, and I'm certainly no person that should talk or give a lecture about making mistakes, but much like Soul and Luna, you must learn to control what you do. And realize that those of us, regardless of what light we worship, mean the best for all of us. So, if you would do so kind as to not walk away when I'm trying to heal you, mainly because that's where I find my light and my joy, it would help me a lot. And I hope you don't spend too much time dwelling on the fact of what happened.
I'm gonna say thank you. I don't think anybody's light is shining on me today.
Is it like there's a moon, right? There's got to be a moon up in the sky.
Yeah, it's more of like a metaphorical. Like I'm just not. I don't feel like I deserve anything today, so I'm very like upset for my character.
I understand your thoughts. There are many days I've had in my past where I felt the same thing. The light couldn't possibly shine on me, whether day or night. But I rest assured, no matter what mistakes you make, the light shines on you. As it does this fire when it comes across your face and your sister's. Don't dwell too much on the deepest of mistakes. I can tell you right now that child may possibly even be with his family, with Soul's light or Luna's, however he may seem fit. But anyway, I thank you for letting me apologize to you formally, and Luna's light be with you.
I'm just gonna kind of like silently like nod and acknowledge that what you're saying, but very clearly like not in a space to hear it yet.
And I will walk away.
You're muted.
I know. And that's where we'll call it. Awesome. Fun times.
That was good.
Guys murdered a lot of fucking people.
Trey murdered a lot of people. Like normal. Trey murdered a lot of people.
To be fair, when you said they disintegrated, I thought that you were implying that they weren't real. So I was like, oh, they're all illusions. Cool.
I thought they were all golems. I thought they were all golems, like low-level golems. And I was like, oh, okay.
I was like, oh, whew, thank God. I was real worried about it.
Nope.
Yeah, no, I murdered people.
At least it wasn't a child.
At least it wasn't a child.
Yeah, Arathi and the one who didn't kill a kid.
Yeah, I know. So I noticed your name in the middle of Seamus's speech. I started laughing when it was a very serious moment, and I was like, "Oh God!"
I noticed it like 20 minutes ago, and I was laughing, and I was like, "Nobody else sees it."
No, Mandy texted me, and she was like, "Do you see Trey's name?" And I looked, and I was like, "Horrible."
Well, most of the time I'm looking over at this screen because that's where all like my notes and everything are. So I'm only like looking over here to kind of like look at the camera or see y'all's face. So I don't see it change all that often.
It was changing a lot.
I know.
I noticed every single one of them.
I wrote down everyone that you had.
I'm glad. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, we'll pick up the next morning after that unfolded, and Is there anything else you guys need to talk with me about? Or are we good to go?
Good for right now.
I would say I'd probably take Sage's hand and kind of walk her away from the group, and we sit down. I look at her in the eye, and I hold her hands, and we go into like a meditated state.
Nice.
I help guide her through her feelings and try to tell her that's okay. Not like just hop her through it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah,
I'll
no,
just
I-
end it with some,
Yeah.
some lute playing. Some
Oh,
nice
jeez. Oh, Jesus.
drumming.
Is this still my
Everybody
romance?
burns
Yeah.
one time.
It's just
No,
everybody makes mistakes over and over again.
Everybody has those days.
Oh,
No,
God.
I was talking more like notes for me as far as like days that you guys can play or I was like, is there anything else you guys have for me or are we good to go? Because if we can play again in a couple weeks, I just 2 weeks from now is the 27th, which is right after Christmas. So I don't know like what everyone has going on. So I don't know if we want to plan for that right away. I'm going to be out of town for the weekend of like that, the weekend after that for the new year. So the 27th I can play and I can plan for that. And we can do Zoom again if you guys are more comfortable this way. Whatever, it doesn't matter to me.
We'll have to let you know.
Okay. Cool. Well,
Pretty flexible on most things. So.
yeah, I can do super flexible stretches too.
You touch my toes on my bed.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead.